Mananasitus to everybody here at the Congress building. Buenas and hafa day, todos hamzu. Thank you for joining us this morning for this public hearing is called to order. It's at 8:33 in the morning. For the record and in accordance with 5 GCA Chapter 8, Section 8107, public hearing notices were sent out on Wednesday, September 25th, 2024, adhering to the 5-day notice requirement, and a second public notice on Monday, September 30th, 2024, 48 hours prior. In addition, this hearing was noticed on the legislature's website, www.guamlegislature.com, the government of Guam's public notice website, and through as a TV advertisement on PBS Guam. Written testimonies may be submitted by emailing Senator Muña Barnes at guamlegislature.org, or you may hand deliver it to our office at Suite 411, 134 West Soledad Avenue, Hagåtña, Guam. Joining me here this morning, we have to my right, Senator Jesse Lahan. To my left, Senator Joe San Augustine, Speaker Therese Terlahi. Thank you so very much for joining us, colleagues. Ladies and gentlemen, we have two items on the agenda as main sponsor that I will be hearing. 291-37 LS, sponsored by myself, Vice Speaker Tina Rose Muña Barnes, Senator Joe San Augustine, Senator Frank Blas Jr., Senator Dwayne T.D. San Nicolas, Senator Christopher M. Dueñas, Senator Roy A.B. Canata, Senator William A. Parkinson, which is an act to amend 52.10 of Chapter 52 of Title IX Guam Code Annotated, and to add a new Section 52.70 to Chapter 52 of Title IX Guam Code Annotated relative to interfering with a judicial officer. We also, ladies and gentlemen, have Bill number 221-37 COR as introduced by myself, Vice Speaker Tina Rose Muña Barnes, Senator Chris Dueñas, Senator Joe S. San Augustine, which is an act to transfer lot number 2417-1-R7, Municipality of Mangilao, formerly known as the Department of Public Health and Social Services, Central Headquarters, from the Department of Public Health and Social Services to the Guam Community College for the construction of a nursing annex. Before we proceed, colleagues and ladies and gentlemen, with the discussion, I would first like to provide some general rules of conduct for all who are in attendance. The conduct of this hearing shall be as follows. Those testifying will be recognized in the order of the sign up on the sign-in sheet. Written testimonies may be read and submitted to the committee. Please provide our legislative staff with your written testimony for photocopying. Persons will be allowed to present oral testimony only once. Lengthy testimony should be summarized to 5 minutes. Once you are done, please remain in the room for any questions of my colleagues. Questions and testimony shall be confined to the substance or nature of the agenda. Personal inference as to the character or the motive of any senator or any individual testifying is not permitted. Any violations of this general rule of conduct will result in the removal from the hearing room. When you speak, please make sure that the microphone is on and that you speak into the microphone. Please state your name for the record and where you're from. Those who do not follow these rules of engagements will be removed from this public hearing room. We will now hear Bill 291-37 LS, sponsored by myself, again, which is an act to amend Section 52.10 of Chapter 52 of Title IX Guam Code Annotated, and to add a new Section 52.70 to Chapter 52 of Title IX GCA relative to interfering with a judicial officer. I understand that the presiding judge and the Chief Justice Torres have an appointment to get to. I'll allow them to give their testimony first and then excuse them from the panel. I also understand that the other judges, administrators, and chief of the marshals will remain here to answer any questions of my colleagues that my colleagues have. So thank you. And I'll move right into my opening statement so we can get started. Colleagues, your honors, and to the people of Guam, I'd like to present 291-37, which is a crucial piece of legislation aimed at safeguarding the heart of our judicial system, our judiciary. Nationwide, we are witnessing a concerning rise in threats against judges as reported by the National Center of States Courts. This troubling trend is not distant or abstract, but all too real, as we saw in the tragic murder of a Guam-born judge in Maryland. This heartbreaking incident underscores the urgency with which we must address the safety and security of our judicial officers. Shockingly, Guam is among the few jurisdictions that currently lack specific provisions to protect judges from threats or acts of retaliation. This gap in our legal framework leaves our judicial officers vulnerable and undermines the very foundation of our justice, trust, and fairness in our courts. Why does this matter? Simply put, threats to judges erode public confidence in the court's ability to fairly and safely administer justice. Judges must be free to carry out their duties impartially without fear of retaliation or harassment. Without this assurance, the integrity of our legal system is at risk. Bill 291 seeks to address this by making it a felony to interfere with a judicial officer or their family with the intent to harass, intimidate, or influence them in the performances of their duties. This bill includes provisions against threats, coercion, and the dissemination of personal information. It is modeled after a successful legislation from other jurisdictions, such as Missouri, which has withstood constitutional scrutiny. Bill 291 carefully balances the need to protect our judiciary while upholding constitutional rights. I want to extend my sincere gratitude to my 6 co-sponsors for standing with me on this vital issue. I also urge my fellow colleagues to join us in supporting the bill by passing 291-37. We take a significant step toward protecting the judiciary, strengthening the integrity of our courts, and ensuring that our judges can continue to serve our island without fear. Thank you to the judiciary of Guam for working with me to strengthen the administration of justice on this island. And on behalf of the Guam legislature, I apologize for the confusions on the hearing date. But as anyone should expect when doing business with the courts, we will ensure that when our sister branch comes to the legislature for her help, we must strive to act expeditiously and fairly to ensure the administration of justice is not impacted. I look forward to the discussion and urge the passage of this essential legislation. I will recognize those in order of the sign-in sheet, and when I call your name, please have, well, they're already at the table, so we want to make sure that you state your name for the record, and you may begin your testimony. Sizos Masi. At this point right now, we have the Chief Justice, Torres. We have Justice Carbolito, Presiding Judge Lamarena, and Danelle Rosette.
And Sandra Yatar.
Judge Iriarty, I apologize, and Judge Kwan, thank you for being here. So we'll get started, and we'll start with you, Presiding Judge.
Hafide, good morning, Speaker Talahi, Vice Speaker Barnes, Speakers, Senator San Augustine, Senator Lujan, Senator Brown. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of Bill 291-37 LS relative to interfering with a judicial officer. We also thank all of the bill's sponsors and our oversight chair, Speaker Talahi, for making today's hearing possible. Presiding Judge and I have to give our, please accept our apologies. We'll have to leave immediately after giving our testimony, but we have Danielle Rossetti and our Marshal of the Court, Sandra Yatar, here present, as well as other judicial officers. We had a Pacific Judicial Council meeting scheduled for yesterday, but it was the Independence Day in Palau, and was asked to move it this morning, and so we've got to run out quickly, and I apologize that we have to do that. But any questions that you have regarding the bill, we have more than capable people here prepared to answer, and Presiding Judge and I are also prepared to answer any questions you may have if you want to send them to us. But I think we've got very capable people here who'll be able to handle that. Bill 291 reflects a national shift in prioritizing the safety of justice, extending protection beyond the courthouse to our personal lives. In my State of the Judiciary address, I noted that our judges have tremendous responsibility in making decisions that deeply impact our community. Their protection is not just a personal matter, it's essential to preserving justice itself. Sadly, we've seen what happens when safety is compromised. Since 2015, threats against the judicial branch have surged by 400%. That's according to the U.S. Marshal Service, and that's only against federal officials. At the state level, judges and court personnel have been attacked or threatened in Nevada, Colorado, Texas, Ohio, Mississippi, Rhode Island, New York, California, Michigan, Wyoming, Idaho, and Indiana. Last October, a judge originally from Guam was tragically murdered at his home in Maryland after ruling against a suspect in a child custody case. And just a few weeks ago, a judge in Kentucky was shot and killed in his courthouse chambers. Although we can't disclose specific incidents, our island is not immune to these dangers. We have also seen an increase in threats to our judicial officers, which reflects this national trend of hostility towards the branch. I can say that personally myself, I've had at least 3 different incidents of threats against me or my family. Despite these growing threats, most of the protections currently in place only apply to federal judges. There is the Daniel Ander Judicial Security and Privacy Act, which passed in 2021, that prohibits the publication of personal information of judges. The law was named after Daniel Ander, who is the son of U.S. District Court Judge Esther Salas, a friend of mine, who was tragically killed at his home by someone who disguised himself as a Federal Express delivery person and shot him on his birthday at her home. This law and other federal statutes against influencing, impeding, or retaliating extend only to federal judges and don't include the thousands of state judges and territory judges who face similar threats in their work. 90% of the court's business in America is done by state and local courts, not by the federal courts. This gap leaves local judicial officers and their families without the safeguards that are afforded to their federal counterpart. Many states, in response, have taken steps to improve local judicial security. Some states have just put in protections over the past year. More than 60 legislative proposals were introduced across 24 states, with 11 measures becoming law just in the past year. At the federal level, Congress also recognizes that they have to protect local judges. They introduced the bipartisan Countering Threats and Attack on Our Judges Act that proposes the establishment of a state judicial threat, intelligence, and resource center to help provide state and local judges with technical assistance, security assessments, training, and research that's aimed at enhancing safety practices. The bill has garnered widespread support from the National Center for State Courts, from judicial and legal organizations, including the Conference of Chief Justices, the American Judges Association, and the National District Attorneys Association. The endorsement of those organizations and by Congress underscores the national priority of protecting local judges to ensure the proper functioning of our courts. Judges are not partisan officials. Our role is to interpret and apply the law, free from external pressures or popular opinion. Unfortunately, the blurred lines between judicial duty and dogmatic interests place our judges and our families in vulnerable positions. While we can't eliminate every threat, we can take meaningful steps to protect sensitive information and enhance safety. Bill 291 is a necessary step in that direction. It will give judges protections they need to uphold justice without fear of retaliation or harm, ensuring the integrity of our courts and the safety of those who serve them. I've also submitted written testimony in this regard, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice. Presiding Judge Lamarina.
Okay, good morning, Senators. I'd like to thank.
Please make sure your mic is on, presiding judge. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving us the opportunity to speak today, to testify today. I'd like to recognize you as chairman of this committee, Speaker Talai, Senator Brown, Senator San Augustine, and Senator Lujan. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to testify in support of Bill number 291-37, relative to interfering with a judicial officer. As presiding judge of the Superior Court of Guam, I oversee our island's Court of General Jurisdiction, which consists of 8 judges, 2 magistrates, a family court referee, and an administrating hearing officer. Together, we handle a broad spectrum of legal matters that directly affect our community, from felony and misdemeanor crimes to juvenile offenses to divorce and custody disputes. These are serious responsibilities, and the stakes are often extraordinarily high. To give context, last year, our most frequent criminal trials involved a primary charge of either criminal sexual conduct, homicide, or aggravated assault. Our civil judges handle equally delicate matters, which include evidentiary hearing for protective orders. Our family court referee and administrating officer preside over deeply personal child support cases. In these emotionally charged situations, we as the judges must render decisions based solely on the law without fear of influence, intimidation, or retaliation. While we always understood that some level of risk comes with the role, the scale of threats judges now face is unprecedented. We are confronting a very serious new reality where judges and their families are targeted not just in the courtroom, but in their homes and community. This involving landscape strikes at the very core of the rule of law. A safe and secure judiciary is essential for the administration of justice. It ensures that judges, whether presiding over criminal trials, juvenile matters, or family disputes, can make fair and impartial rulings. The integrity of our courts depend on this, and the safety of our judicial officers is fundamental to maintaining this integrity. When judicial officers are unsafe, public confidence in the judiciary erodes. The mere perception that the decision can be influenced by external pressures undermines the very foundation of justice. That is why Bill 297-37 is so important. We thank the Vice Speaker, Tina Barnes, the senators for recognizing the gravity of the situation in introducing this necessary legislation. By taking this very step, we help safeguard the fairness and impartiality of justice on Guam. Madam Chairperson, I'd like to make at least an amendment to the legislation, if I can so do. As you know, the effects of our decisions doesn't end when a judicial officer retires. That judicial officer still must bear the responsibility of that decision. So I'd like to at least amend the bill, if it can be possible, to include a retired judicial officer to be covered by a retired judicial officer, at least within 5 years after his retirement or her retirement. That's my only request.
And that doesn't mean the presiding judge is intending to retire soon.
Thank you.
And again, please accept our apologies for having to run out. But we, as you know, Justice Carbolito is here, Justice Merriman as well, Judge Elise Iriarte, Judge Kwan, and our administrator and our marshal of the courts, who intends to also provide testimony from the law enforcement perspective. And we stand available to answer any further questions you may have if you call our offices or submit if they're, but I'm pretty sure that those justices and judges that are here are more than capable of addressing anything that you might have. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you,
Thank you, Senators.
Chief Justice and Presiding Judge. Thank you for your time this morning. Si Joseph Benedici and Judge Alberto Talentino is also here. Justice Merriman, thank you. Manana Si Joseph, good morning. Thank you for being here. Also welcome if you wish to present testimony. At this time, I will acknowledge Justice Carbolito.
I'm joining the testimonies of Chief Justice Torres and Presiding Judge Lamarena, and as indicated, just here to offer my support and be available to help answer questions from our administrator of the courts and our chief marshal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Justice Carbolito. Judge Ariati?
Oh, I would first defer to Justice Merriman. Did you want to? Okay. Similarly, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I just echo the comments by Chief Justice Torres and Presiding Judge Lamarena. On a technicality, I would say maybe not limit it to retired judges if you were to expand the definition, but any former judicial officer. That would be my contribution, but thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Judge Kwan?
Good morning, Senators. I would just like to echo what the other officers have stated. As the front line, the magistrates are the front line. So we deal with the defendants when they're right after they're first arrested. So they're in their most difficult state at that point in time. So we generally are the ones that have to field some of the more aggressive tendencies they may have. So given that, I would support everything they're saying at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, before I go on to the administration, I'd like to offer the floor if Judge Tolentino or Justice Merriman would like to say a few words. You're more than welcome. Okay. No worries. Ms. Janelle Rossetti?
Good morning, Vice Speaker. Thank you for having the judiciary here. I will be available for any questions that the senators may have this morning. And of course, on behalf of the administration and management, are in support of the legislation. As Magistrate Kwan had indicated, the cases that come to our doorsteps are not your typical, everyday case where it's not typically not contested. There's an adversarial process in the justice system, and as the administrator of the courts, and with me our acting marshal of the court, it is our primary responsibility to ensure that there is safety and security within our court facilities on a daily basis for the hundreds of litigants and attorneys and those and victims and witnesses that come before our courts and before our judicial officers. And so we are, of course, very grateful for this legislation. As a member of the Conference of State Court Administrators, as the Chief Justice alluded to in his written testimony, there is a movement across state courts in many jurisdictions to try to find ways to introduce legislation with respect to protecting judicial officers' security. So we are very grateful for this piece of legislation. But I would also ask that our acting marshal of the court, who could provide some light on the court security aspect, law enforcement aspect, on what they deal with on a daily basis for security, to provide written oral testimony this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rossetti. Sanda?
Hi, thank you, Hafaday Vice Speaker Muña Barnes, and Speaker Terlahi, Senator Brown, Senator San Augustine, and Senator Lujan. My name is Sonda Yatar, and I am the acting marshal of the court. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of the Marshal Services Division at the Judiciary of Guam. The Marshal Services Division consists of 7 sections and 3 units that have specific duties which support the overall mission of the judiciary. Our security service sections carry out a wide range of important responsibilities, from providing security at all court facilities to escorting defendants in custody to ensuring the safety of jurors. While much of this work happens behind the scenes, it is critical for ensuring that everyone who enters the courthouse, whether they are judges, attorneys, jurors, or members of the public, feels safe and secure as they participate in the justice system. Unfortunately, we are seeing a troubling rise in the frequency and severity of threats against judges and other judicial figures across the country. The rapid spread of information through social media has made these threats more complex, increasing the need for comprehensive threat assessments and stronger security measures. Without adequate support, our ability to protect the judiciary and by extension, the rule of law, could be compromised. The proposed bill helps address this challenge by making it a felony to interfere with a judicial officer with the intent to harass, intimidate, or influence them in the performance of their duties. This legislation would help ensure that those who threaten the judiciary are held accountable, reinforcing the security of our courts and allowing judicial officers to carry out their duties without fear or interference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sanda. So I do have a page and a half of names, and I know that all of them say in support for this bill, but just for the record, I'm going to call your name, and if you'd like to speak, you're more than welcome to fill the empty seats up here. But just so that we know that we had folks literally come here for today's public hearing in support of the measure. So I'm going to start. Please bear with me. I hope I'm not going to murder anybody's name. Melissa Casil, here for support. Barbara Jean Perez, support. Jay Camacho Perez, support. Yes. Thank you. Robago. Hannah Arroyo, support. Erica Escobar, support. Sophia Diaz. Rosanna Vitzagomez Ugan, support. Goodman? Goodwin? Mommy, sorry. So sorry, support. And then Suzanne Santiago Hinky for support. Grace Sorin, okay, here for support. Carl Dominguez has got to be Carl for support. Josefa Leonguerrero? Joseph? Or Joseph Leonguerrero. There's no H there. Yeah. And then the last one is Andrew Gims. Andrew Gims? Yeah, Andrew Gims, yes, thank you. Thank you so very much for being here. After reading all those names who are here in support, just here to support, I will open the floor to my colleagues again on this measure. I will yield to the first senator that was here this morning, Senator Jesse Lahan, and then I'll work to my left.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I wholeheartedly support Bill 291-37LS, and also asked to be a sponsor of this measure as well. I think the bill is self-explanatory. Unfortunately, all too often we see things unfold on TV and read about judicial officers being threatened and or killed, and we definitely don't want that on our grounds here. So I'm glad that we're taking proactive measures, and hope and pray it never happens. So with that, Madam Chair, I wholehearted support of the measure, and let's get it into session and pass it immediately. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Lahan. Also joining us, ladies and gentlemen, is Senator Chris Duenas, and I apologize I didn't introduce my colleague from Pago Bay who was with me this morning. Thank you for joining us. Senator San Agustin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a co-sponsor of the bill. I'm in support of protecting judges, but not to make a joke of it, but when I look at the judges, the Chief Justice and presiding judge, I think it's more to protect the people. It's not about you, because I don't know of any of these judges that will run away from anything. And I'm just surprised they haven't hit anybody in the court. But that was just only a joke, because I know of the presiding judge, the Chief Justice, and the justice here. I'm not that old, but I know back then, they don't walk away from anything. And they have a mind of being fair, no matter what. And I believe that in all the judges. But with a bill to protect you, I'm in full support of that. You need to be protected. There's no doubt about that. the judge's decision needs to maintain impartiality, unbiased. I know the magistrate here, the Army guy, he don't run away from anybody either. So, you know, I want to make sure that it's understood that I'm in full support of this bill, co-sponsor the bill. I want to make sure that all the judges are protected all the time. I'm only worried about the cost when the court submits their budget. I'm hoping that the marshals will come up with a plan. If there need to increase security, then do so. But do it reasonably and make sure that it's for that purpose, not just to have a bunch of marshals all over the place with every judge. There has to be a need, then just move it from there. They have that already? I haven't, I've seen, yeah. Are all the judges having a marshal with them everywhere they go? Sandra, is that true? Because I haven't seen anyone with Magistrate Kwan, so I'm just asking. I've never seen anybody with Justice Carbolito.
Each judge is assigned a specific marshal.
But are they with them 24 hours? That's my concern.
No, sir.
Okay, then that answered my perception. But if there is a need, I'm in full support of that, okay? If there is a need, then do so. But I just wanted to make sure that I do support the judges. Because if I ever do go to court, you know, I want to make sure I'm taken care of, regardless of what direction it goes. You know what I mean? I'm just that kind of guy. I avoid the court other than to get the court clearances and traffic clearance. That's all I need. Anyway, thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm in full support of this bill.
Thank you very much.
Can I add a comment?
Yes,
Madam Chair?
yes, Justice Carbolito.
Response to Senator San Agustin. We as judicial officers, we understand the risks that we take when we assume the position as a judicial officer. And we don't accept, but we understand. But I think more importantly, a group that needs to be emphasized, in which the scope of this bill addresses our families. Our families don't sign up for the potential risk of violence that may occur. And so the bill provides tools to not just our marshals, but law enforcement in reference to being proactive, and that there are consequences as a result of potentially violating what's the threats to the safety of the judicial officers and their families. So the appreciation of myself, and I think I'm speaking for my colleagues, is that our families are also thought about in reference to the scope of this bill. And as Magistrate Kwan pointed out, the trial judges, those on the front lines who confront and face the defendants, the civil litigants that are in an adversarial role, face firsthand the emotions. And so it's my colleagues, such as Magistrate Kwan and Judge Elise and Judge Tolentino and the other judicial officers, and Justice Merriman and myself and Justice Torres, we face two lawyers in a courtroom and a cold record. However, you know, we do operate outside of the courthouse. But I want to really thank the legislature for providing the funds to our marshals to help protect and keep our judicial officers safe. And this bill is essential to provide the tools to law enforcement to be proactive. And for that, I personally thank you. And on behalf of my family, I thank you.
Thank you, Chief Justice. But also on the issue of the 5 years they mentioned earlier, to consider the amendment, I would only recommend to the author of the bill that it be identified as a minimum of 5 years, not just 5 years. And the reason why is because there's going to be some judgment that the judges make that you don't know the impact until the man is released or the woman is released. We don't know what the impact's going to be, and let the marshals be able to determine to what extent it goes beyond 5, if need be. And exactly what the Chief Justice, to include the families. Because when the judge, unfortunately passes away, the family still has to carry that. Doesn't matter. It'll still linger, and I want to make sure the protection stays. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sanok. Speaker Therese, good morning.
Seduce Masi, and thank you all for being here for this hearing. This bill, as you know, was originally referred to my committee, and we scheduled a hearing for September 19 at 2 p.m. I was told that Chief Justice was not going to be able to attend. So I wish he was here also for this part of the hearing. But the bill is going to cover judicial officers, to mean a justice of the Supreme Court, a judge of the Superior Court, a magistrate, or a judge or justice pro tem, or a referee or a hearings officer. No other members of the court or the court employees, just those. And it's going to make a felony of the 3rd degree the offense of interfering with a judicial officer. So it says, with the purpose to harass, intimidate, or influence a judicial officer in the performance of such officer's official duties, if you do these following things, which, some of these I think are already, I wanted to ask the Chief Marshal, threaten or cause harm to such judicial officer or member of such, to threaten or cause harm to a judicial officer is already punishable. Is that correct? You guys, isn't that what the marshals are there for? To protect them from harm and to protect them from those things?
That's correct.
And the use of force, threat, or deception against or towards such judicial officer. Now, this, the statute or the crime lists judicial officer or judicial officer's family, but the definition, I think, of judicial officer's family says spouse, son, daughter, son-in-law, daughter-in-law, sibling, parent, or any other relatives who lives in the household. Do you currently, what do you do if there's a threat against, you handle the threats, the marshals handle threats against judges, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And
Madam Speaker,
yes.
if I may add to our acting marshal of the court's comments, while there are laws in the books like assault and battery that is generic and may encompass the scope of a threat, there's a subset that is directly at risk in terms of our judicial officers for specific acts that may occur in the court in which this bill seeks to protect. And while an assault may be a simple assault and a threat that is a misdemeanor, it's a little more severe consequence under this bill that specifically targets a specific group that is at risk because of the roles they play in our community. And I think this bill furthers the protection of that subset.
All right, further protection meaning higher penalty, or how do you mean?
When Magistrate Kwan makes a decision to put someone at DLC, the emotions that may arise as a result of that may be, the memory may linger, and as a result of that specific decision, there may be retaliation. And so we appreciate that that the public officials are concerned although you make decisions, and you do that daily here, and you're going to do that today, our judicial officers make decisions that restrict the liberty of individuals, that imposes consequences for their alleged criminal acts and emotions. And as stated in the introductory segments of this bill, and so those potential consequences are a lot more severe to our judicial officers than they are to maybe other individuals.
Yes, I understand that the bill is intended because judges and justices are at risk. But my question is more towards, the marshals. That's why we have an entire system in the judiciary with marshals and extra protections. We have very high security, all kinds of measures that have been implemented. That's why the association that was described is looking at other ways to protect, and such as intelligence and resources and trainings for increasing protections for judicial officers, probably for the entire judiciary staff as well. But this bill it's not, to increase those resources for protection. It's to punish certain things. And so my questions are a little bit different. I don't think anybody's disputing that we need to protect the judicial officers. That's not at all in dispute. What I want to know is, I'm asking the Chief Marshal if she would answer, do you currently, that is part of your duties to protect them from some of the things listed here, threats or to cause harm, use of force, and harassment, but there's other things in here that I guess I just want to be very clear about. Those things I think are obvious to me. Anybody who does that against anyone should be, prosecuted or deterred. And I guess, so first I want to know, do you believe that making it a special crime to do this against a judicial officer is an increased deterrent? Because as you say, we've seen even, we've been told by domestic violence cases, punishment is not a deterrent. So is this truly a deterrent versus the security measures that you've put in place are more of a deterrent? And I guess maybe people would disagree as to the answer, because this really just says this is going to be, in addition to a regular assault, this is an extra assault, right, against a judicial officer. It's an additional crime. It's going to be a felony of the third degree, which is similar to an assault against a peace officer, stalking, strangulation. So I have no objection to adding, that as we have done for peace officers. We don't add this, it doesn't seem to me, but maybe you can confirm, do we give this extra, penalty if this crime is made against jurors or prosecutors or other lawyers? And it comes to mind, like in the Jan Rubinstein case, right? We have lawyers who are putting themselves on the line as well, but particularly prosecutors, because they are the ones bringing them to your courts and saying, put this person away in jail, or sentence them this way. But this bill does not extend protections to them, but it does give similar protections to what we are doing with peace officers. So I have no objection to that. But this part here that says it's an equal crime to threaten, use force, offer a to benefit direct or indirect upon the judicial officer. It's kind of like a bribery, I guess. That's what they're trying to say here. But also disseminating through any means, including by posting on the internet, the judicial officers or families' personal information, including home address, home or mobile telephone number, personal email address, social security number, tax identification number, checking or savings account numbers, marital status, identity of a child under 18 years of age. Can you just explain to me, is this information standard applied to anyone else that we know about? Like, is it a crime to post the marital status of anyone else in our community? I'm not sure.
Madam Speaker, I think as to that question, clearly if there's information that is confidential, there are provisions in the law that
Already protect confidential information.
to the extent, for example, if it's information regarding an adoption matter, right? If you release any information regarding an adoption matter, there's a provision that says it's a misdemeanor offense. But with respect to the personal information of a judicial officer, right? That's information that is, based on the decisions that they make and what is public and what is out there. Clearly, as Justice Carbolito had mentioned, right? That is, the risk they take and the decisions that are being made and the information that is publicly put out to the public, I think it's sensitive information that really shouldn't be publicly put out there. And I think that's, if you read the rules, the bill as a whole and the intent of it, reading it together with all the provisions in the bill, you'll understand the sense of why that, I suppose, A5 language is incorporated into the bill's language as a whole.
Do you judges believe that that should be an additional crime to post the marital status of a person, a judicial officer? We already have confidential, if the government posts things, we're prohibited from posting confidential information or a whole slew of information.
I think to your core question, it's not a perfect deterrent. And that's why we have a complement of measures that protect judicial officers, including security at the courthouse, security outside the courthouse when needed. And measures like this help increase judicial officer security. But there are a lot of measures that aren't in place for budgetary reasons. For instance, the federal court judges have their home security paid for by the federal government. And we don't have that. We all have to put up our own money to ensure our own security outside of the courthouse. And so any additional measures that we could have that help deter, even into a small amount, what harm may come upon a judicial officer and their family, we would really appreciate, so that we can feel secure in ensuring that as we're administering justice on a daily basis in the myriad of cases, that we have all the tools that we believe we can have at our disposal to help us make those decisions.
Yes, I agree with you.
Yeah,
but what do you think about posting? If someone wants to go on the internet, and we have pictures every day of many of you, family events, shows your marital status very clearly. But if I post that up, am I guilty of this crime because I'm trying to influence a judicial officer by posting their marital status? To me, it's a very, I don't know. I don't even see that for peace officers or anyone else who we give special protections to, including, victims.
Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, but we live in a world where a lot of that, I agree, a lot of that information is already public. It's public by virtue of the financial disclosures that we have to make. It really would come to what the purpose of that disclosure would be in the context of what they're doing, in the context of what other measures or information that they're disclosing. So it may not be isolated, yeah.
And Madam Speaker, if I may add to Judge Elise Iriarte's comments, the mere posting is not a strict liability. It is what makes it potentially a crime is the intent element. If you read the prefatory language of that section,
Yes, I did.
there
Influence a judicial officer in the performance of such officer's duties.
So if it's with that intent, then it potentially becomes a crime. If someone just takes a picture and puts a picture, my brother does that, I don't believe that he is violating the provisions in this proposed bill. However, if someone does it with the intent element of doing some type of criminal act, then that's what makes it a potential crime.
Right, but when you said, if I believe they're doing it for this purpose, right, which is why I'm questioning this, because if you believe it's intended for a purpose, yet, you know, we really don't know what the purpose was. I'm saying we could say we believe for all these cases it was intended for that purpose, and it might go too far, that's all, and I just would like this language to be less broad, because this information is very public. I think personal emails, many of you, before you were judges, had personal emails in your personal capacity, and people know that, and they use those. I don't know if that's the case, but I would think that is the case.
And we welcome your wisdom to narrow that provision if you feel that that's an order.
I don't know how to do that. For me, this disseminating personal information, this stuff, you know, the government is prohibited from doing that, but I don't know. What do you, you know, what does the marshal do? Yes, Chief Justice, Justice Merriman.
A lot of that information can be used to commit crimes against judicial officers. For example, fortunately, I don't think this has happened on Guam, but there are jurisdictions where people file false liens against judges' properties, and they have to go through the expense of clearing those. They use the information to gather and do protests. I don't think I'll ever forget the picture of all the marshals of the U.S. Marshal Service outside some of the Supreme Court justices' houses after the Roe v. Wade decision was reversed. If someone can easily access personal addresses, property descriptions, go after the children of judges by knowing what schools they attend, that's the reason we're asking that this information be kept confidential.
I can understand that for some of this information, for example, home address, you know, if you want to make that a crime for anyone, and we're talking, you know, normally it's prohibited for the government to share home address or these private information that we get in the course of our business. We have to redact those before we publish our reports and things like this. But we're just talking a member of the public, like taking a picture at a party at your house. Is that going to be a crime of disclosing your home address, intending to influence you in the performance of your duties? I just say things look good during the party, but after the party, it's questionable. I don't know. Can we talk about, I think the Chief Justice said, you know, judges are not partisan officials. And but I don't know if he means political party partisan or he means prosecutor versus defense lawyers partisan. you know, or what, but I feel like I have no objection that everybody needs to be protected, that you are at risk, and that's why we have marshals, and we pay, the government of Guam pays for security at the judiciary and for judges personally, and maybe not as extensive as the federal system does, but we do it to great expense. And I just feel like, and nothing against the judges, but I just feel like jurors, prosecutors, defense lawyers, lawyers in domestic cases like Jan Rubenstein, you know, they face risks as well. And so I just want to make sure that, you know, we're addressing the risk and that we are addressing it in the most effective way, the way that would really deter. And if we're talking about, you know, these people who are super emotional, this bill is not going to deter them at that moment, right? Unless they've premeditated it and they know all the consequences, and they're, I don't know, we very rarely hear about people who have calculated what is going to be the punishment before they've committed that crime. But I do understand the intent. Don't get me wrong, and please don't misstate what I am saying either. I'm just saying in other jurisdictions, they're proposing other measures to protect judicial officers, including the increased training, increased intelligence, and other things. So, yeah, I support all of that for the judiciary and for other peace officers, for jurors, for prosecutors as well. So just Masi, Madam Chair.
May I just add,
Justice Merriman, you can.
when there's a threat made for a judicial officer, it also triggers Guam Police Department as well. They respond as well. So it takes a lot of resources. And if we can do something proactive to prevent those threats from being made, I think we should.
Sure. So if you believe that the bill making it an extra crime to do that, it's already a crime to do that, right? So this bill makes it like an additional penalty or an additional charge to do that, that's going to deter, I guess, and that makes sense. But for me, that's already a crime. They already know that making a threat against a judicial officer and the police is going to respond, and the marshals will all respond. I don't know. But I understand. Thank you.
Senator Joanne Brown, you're recognized at this time. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Certainly welcome to all of you. I concur with the Speaker Terlahi. I don't think we have any argument about the need to address safety, because I've often thought about that. I mean, the decisions that you make, and then, you know, the other unfortunate reality is we have individuals in our community that, for whatever reason, end up in your courtroom, especially when they've committed crimes against the community. You know, they're unsavory individuals. Some of them have no conscience. It wouldn't faze them. If they could go kill somebody else, who are you or anyone around you? So I totally understand what you're talking about. I do want to get a better understanding of what's involved or what this would put in place beyond the existing security that you have. And I understand the concern also with your family. I have that concern. I think a lot of people on Guam these days, with the reality of what's going on and the drug problem that we have that thought. I do about myself, my family. I'm very conscious of it. There's people in my family, I need to know where they're at 24 hours a day. So that's a reality a lot of people are facing, but certainly in the type of work that you do, that's the danger involved. And I recall Speaker, I mean, we all recall Jan Rubenstein, what happened that day. Remember that day when it happened. I knew of her, and what an incredibly shocking and terrible thing that happened to her. I mean, a young mother with young children that would grow up without her. But I want to understand the mechanics of what's exactly involved and what would be different versus the type of current security that's being provided to the judges and justices. And how does that extend to their families? Look at the other reality side here. For the governor and lieutenant governor of Guam, there's been always tremendous criticism. Every election year. I remember the current administration attacking our previous administration on the security for the governor of Guam or the lieutenant governor of Guam, how much it costs, how many officers did they have guarding them versus how many officers were out on the street guarding and being responsive to the people of Guam. Because residents will say, I call a police officer, my home got broken into, 9 hours, I'm still standing in front of my house waiting for an officer to show up. Have you had that experience? I have. So that's the other reality, and that was a lot of complaints. I don't know what the current billing is for the governor of Guam right now versus the previous governors and how much money was spent. There's criticism as to whether or not executive security should follow a governor or lieutenant governor off island. The reality is the security gets paid more and will have a higher retirement than the governor or the lieutenant governor of Guam. So I would like to know what's involved. I understand our budget chair said, no problem, send the budget. But I also am aware of the reality that we was here last night with the Department of Education, and what they want will essentially eat up the supplemental budget that's been recently introduced, the unaudited supplemental budget. What I've heard in the last few days from the Guam Memorial Hospital, what they're asking will eat up what little will be left of the supplemental budget. So the reality, whether we like it or not, is what is the cost? And what more is it going to cost versus what it costs now for current security? Because the proposal of security at home, I think that's a very reasonable request to have that for your homes, and that probably is something that the government should provide, because that is other reality. You're here at work, but of course it's your safety between there and getting home, and your home where you reside and you rest. Maybe that's something that could be looked into, but what more will this bill put in place beyond greater penalties for anyone who offends any of these requirements? What more is going to be required, and what is it going to cost?
So for the Marshals Division, this bill here would be the first step into beefing up our security and things like that. And then from here, we would see what greater assessments, threat assessments need to be done. But this here in front of us would just be the initial stages of what our plan intends to be.
You don't need to get into details, but what is involved? Because at the end of the day, I don't argue the need for anything that's being asked here. What I am concerned is what's the reality going to be and what's the fiscal cost going to be? Is there going to be more cost? Is there going to be more, if obviously your marshals have to spend more time, more effort guarding our judges and justices and their off time, their weekend time, their evening time, and if it's expanding also to family members, are you talking about full security for the spouses of judges and justices? Are you talking about full security for children of the judges and justices that are underage? What exactly are we talking about?
Thank you, Senator Brown, for that question. I think as our acting marshal of the court had indicated, right, this is a baseline for where we will start to address any serious security concerns. But as we stand now, we operate with the Marshal Services Division, and when there is a potential threat to a member of to a judicial officer or a member of their family, we follow the protocol of what we need to do to address the situation. There's no, there's, at least to my knowledge, it's not where the judges have a marshal following their child to school or their spouse to work. We leave that to law enforcement to make the assessment. Our Marshals Division works with the Guam Police Department and in some instances with the FBI, and we provide whatever security measures we can. There have been a few instances where we've had to provide 24-hour security at a judicial officer's house when a threat was initially made, but 24/7, 365 days out of the year. Our law enforcement employees also have families and lives they have to. So we recognize that, and the question about what the cost is going to be, because clearly in the entire government of Guam, as we've all seen, right, there's a need for addressing the priorities. I think for this bill, it's putting it out there to provide that extra measure for our judicial officers who on a daily basis make critical decisions. But at that level, what can we do with our existing operations and our existing resources to ensure that we deter this type of behavior and that we protect our judicial officers?
So are we not to anticipate any increase requests from the judiciary for this purpose?
Within this fiscal year, it's
Is
not.
that something you're able to accommodate?
We will work with our, if the bill is passed, we will work with our existing resources and with our existing budget and to identify how we need to move forward with putting the plan. I think the most important position that we would take is to provide that extra security measure for our judicial officers. And with our competent and capable Marshals Services Division, instilling the training that we need to do, providing that, I think, and if we had to, like other courts in other jurisdictions, seek federal grant opportunities, we obviously will avail of that.
And I know I don't want to get into any of the security steps that you would take, but is that also something that's extended to the families of the judge and justices? I mean, are they also going through orientation as well in the event something happens, that they're prepared or know how to handle or respond to that if anything were to come up?
We do know that the National Center for State Courts has provided some initial guidance for judicial officers, court staff, and court families. And so in working with our Marshal of the Court, we are wanting to provide some training and to increase the training within our workforce, and also to extending that to the judicial officer families, because it is important, right, for them to kind of understand what to be aware of, situational awareness when they're not with the judicial officer and outside in the public. So yes, we intend to continue to move in that direction, as that's how other courts in the United States have been moving.
Judge LaMorena, I know he's not here, but he had mentioned with regards to having ongoing, or presiding judge, ongoing security, perhaps for a period of time after a judge or justice may retire or step down from their respective positions. What is that? Is that anything that's provided in any other jurisdiction for a judge or justice? Because of course you may send someone to jail for 20 or 30 years. I mean, that's very, not a real possibility. I'm sure that is the reality. I mean, and I've often wondered about that. What happens when these people get out? Do they want to retaliate? Do they want to come back and harm? I'm sure all the cases you might have, you probably wouldn't remember every case. And knowing that those individuals are around, even after you're out of your respective position, I'm sure would be a concern. But is this any type of service that's provided to any retired judge or justice? Do you know of in any other jurisdiction?
Speaker Brown, I'm not aware of any specific legislation with respect to the term that it applies to. I do know that there's, over the course of the last number of years, there has been an increase in legislation across the states, recognizing obviously our jurisdiction is a smaller jurisdiction, so we could provide the sponsor of the bill with additional information, but I know that, to my knowledge, I'm not aware. There could be. There's legislation that's being introduced in many states and in different provisions that provide protection, but as to whether it applies to a former judicial officer for an extended period, I'm not aware of it this time.
I mean, we hear the former presidents, obviously, the United States, because that in and of itself, could you imagine a former president? No comment on current elections, but if they were harmed or they were killed, I mean, the impact that would have even to our community, to realize that someone in that position, even after they left office, obviously would be very disturbing. But I would appreciate any information you could provide if there are other jurisdictions that would have that, because you do have, without doubt, a very tough job. I mean, you deal with the less desirable sides of our community. We hear about it, we read about it, unless we're directly affected by it. We don't have the same awareness that you do. And I'm open to the discussion about having security systems and things of that nature being addressed, and something that's connected into your marshals, so that they have an ability also, not just your ability to contact them, but if they can also assist in monitoring. We do have the technology to do that. That's something that can be done, their headquarters, so to speak. And then also, of course, if anything happened, you would have the immediate ability to get in contact with them as well to respond. It's unfortunate. I mean, like I said, I don't know too many people on Guam that don't feel this sense of discomfort. We don't sit in the positions that you do, but we've seen the challenges, especially with the drug problem on this island that has proliferated to every single corner. Most people don't feel safe, and that's a sad reality of where we're at, and certainly I can understand for your respective positions with the work that you have to do, what a difficult position it is when you have to make some very tough decisions to put people away who've done some very, very bad things in our community. And we also want to ensure that you're safe, but it's also the reality of how do we balance, how do we juggle all this, how do we address the financial aspects, because I've often said and told some of my colleagues here, you know, the gravy train is coming to an end, and we have increased the cost of government by $400 million plus over the last 6 years. The revenue stream to come in to do that, I think, is going to be challenging in the next few years. And how do we do that? How do we make the decisions and provide for all the critical priorities that we have? So thank you so much for responding to my questions and your input and your presentation this morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Brown. Senator Duenas?
Sis Masi, Madam Chair, and want to thank the members of the Judiciary for being here this morning to support the bill and to provide additional information as requested by the senators today present. As I joined to be a co-sponsor of the bill, for me, it was a recognition that times have changed drastically, and we live in a much different world than even maybe we did 5-10 years ago. We see family structures that have broken down. We see division within our country. We see all kinds of threats that I think were not common to our upbringing. I'll label myself just ready to join Manamcoville. But so in the discussion that I've heard so far, you know, I just want to go over this once again. Section 3 really is the operable language in the bill, and it's to add a new section 52.70 to Chapter 52, and it really discusses 52.70, interfering with the judicial officer, defined and punished. And the simple reading that I go through when I read the bill is really additional definitions and consequences. I respect the fact that members of the panel have said, you know, there is no perfect deterrent. But with deterrence, I think a lot of times there is also recognition that there's consequences. And so, God forbid that we ever have to use the letter of this bill if it turns into law. But if it does, I'm certain that there will be an example of such of a consequence that's in a higher degree than what's currently contemplated. And so, as a co-equal branch of government and, you know, the day-to-day decisions that you make, I agree that, you know, perhaps, as you said, Mr. Chief Justice, we're free to manage this bill on the floor and to narrow or to broaden. I agree that, you know, there's, of course, in the whole structure of carrying out justice, individuals who are at risk. But I think there's a final recognition that the act of conducting the business of the courts, as well as the consequences that are laid down by judicial officers, are something that affects the psyche and the ability of sometimes one's ability to manage that. So I stand by the bill as my co-sponsorship, and I look forward to the debate on the floor. And I think my simple reading so far, I'd respect the discussion of resources needed and required to accomplish this mission, but I do respect also the presentation that this is a starting point to, if the structure and when the structure changes in terms of deterrence and consequences, then it is the court's responsibility to act in a way that would say, does this have a fiscal impact, or is this simply going to be tested on the consequence of actions? And so with that, you know, it's our job to sit back and if the bill becomes law, you know, anticipate the effects. But I stand by the fact that this is something that's a recognition of where we are today, the society that unfortunately we find ourselves, you know, in. We have many beautiful things that happen on a daily basis on our beautiful island, but you know, we also have you know, many terrible things that happen, and decisions have to be made for consequences of that. So I look forward to the debate on the floor, but I just wanted to let members of the court know I remain, you know, in steadfast support of the proposal here, and look forward to the discussion and possible amendments on the floor. And thank you once again for your testimony. I'm a little bit tardy, but I do review what happens prior to hearings and to be fully informed as we hit the floor. But thank you for your time, and I don't have any questions. I think this is ready for debate on the floor. Si tu sumasi, Madam Chair.
Buen provecho, Senator Dueñas. I know, Speaker, you have one additional question?
Just, yeah.
I will allow it.
One question. So this proposed statute to create this additional crime of interfering with a judicial officer defined and punished, that's 52.70, says, a person commits the offense of interfering with a judicial officer if, with the purpose to, one of the choices is, influence a judicial officer in the performance of such officer's official duties, such person, and then jump to number 4, engages in conduct reasonably calculated to alarm such a judicial officer or such judicial officer's family. And it sounds like, I want to know, this sounds to me to very much cover internet postings, objecting to decisions, objecting to, or asking for justice for a victim. Those are clearly designed, I mean, you know, they don't think they're going to reach a judge, but they could be interpreted as trying to influence a judicial officer's decision. And they could alarm judicial officers because people post on the internet things like, you know, this is not justice, or we want justice for so-and-so, or we want, you know, let's overturn this decision, things like that. That's like free speech to me. I do not want to deter that. And so I just feel like this, that's why, again, I want this language to be as tight as possible, as narrow as possible to effectuate its purpose, but not to say that nobody can post on the internet things that are publicly known, things that are, you know, that they object to things or that they want to see different things in the judiciary. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to say that I'm grateful for the dialogue today, and but I just literally want to reiterate that from my understanding, these penalty levels are the same for federal officials, so we need to make sure that local judges are given the same protections, right? Furthermore, as I wrote this bill, it was not to say that you can't post like the marital status, but when you get a judgment that you don't like, then you go on Facebook and say, hey, Judge so-and-so, I know where you live, this is your wife, this is your kids. When you do that with the intent to cause harm, or you tilt the scale, or to tilt the scale of justice, that intent is what makes this a third-degree felony. That is the intent, because you're intending to cause harm. And though I appreciate the fiscal discipline, I just want to say I don't think this adds a cost. This just says if you commit the crime of harassing a judge, you get an extra charge. We are not saying that we are adding more marshals to a security detail. I don't know, Sandra, can you correct me if I'm interpreting it differently?
You're correct.
I didn't hear that.
For the record, you're correct.
Okay. So, you know, I as I was listening to the discussions, I noted that I wanted to bring up the fact that just recently, an incident had happened where there was a threat to the building and to at the ITC, and then to the Attorney General's office, and then there was a possible hanging outside the office where the Attorney General's office was and where my office is. And as I look at this intent and what may have happened decades ago where there was protections to officers and elected officials. I wanted to ask, can this, and I know that this may need a bill further down the line, but could provisions like this be included for elected officials, for attorneys, the Attorney General's office, the prosecution's office, or, to the governor, lieutenant governor? I know they have that security too, but could this be extended that way also? I don't think I want to include it in this, right? It would probably need further legislation, but since the discussion is happening, could that be a possibility? And open it up to anybody on the panel here.
Madam Vice Speaker, thank you for that question. I think, as Senator Dueñas indicated, we live in a very different world today from where we lived many years ago. We, of course, will defer to the legislature with respect to that. What we've provided today in the testimony that we have shared with you and our responses has been really been driven based on the information and the data that we are seeing on judicial security in courts across the nation. And so while it could be something for the future, what we do know now is really based on judicial officer security from courts around the nation. But it's not something I think that it could not be, I suppose, looked into for the future. But we will defer, obviously, to the legislature on that.
And I just wanted the panel members and everybody who's listening today to know that when this legislation was being authored, it was the intent to see the full protection and the understanding that times are changing. And hey, there was never a need to lock a door. Now there is. And we just have to make sure that if there's an intent to harm and to hurt, then yes, especially in this arena, that the protections need to be fair. I mean, to be safeguarded and protected, and knowing that there are already federal guidelines to this effect. Why not protect the judiciary and the judges for what they do? So in that effort, I want to take the time to thank everybody for being here today. I want to thank the supporters in the audience who were here to listen. I want to say that the record for testimony will still be for this public hearing, 291. It'll still be open. I'm hoping to work with the oversight chair on judiciary to submit the committee report and to make sure that if there's any inclusion, any more tightening, or that we could get that included and based on the recommendations supported and get it on the session floor. Because this is a critical bill. It's a serious bill. And I think that we should take the time. And as I shared with you, just as recent as the incident that happened right in front of my office, that possible hanging after the threats, I said this is one reason why it should be on. So I want to say that if anyone else wishes to present testimony from the listening audience out there or any of the employees, please, you can do so by sending it to Senator Tina Muña Barnes at Guam Legislature, Senator Muña Barnes at guamlegislation.org or Suite 411, Bank of Hawaii Building, Hagana, Guam 96910. We will call this, if nobody else is here to testify or anyone else out there. If not, I will call this bill 291 37 LS publicly heard, and I want to thank everybody for being here and for your patience. I know it's already 10 o'clock, so Sidzus Masids and Sidzus and Binidisi Hamzutoros, thank you so much for being here this morning. Sana Masi. God bless. We do have another bill on the agenda. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I will just take a 1-minute break to regroup, and hopefully there's folks out there that can come on in. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Just a 1-minute recess. Hafaday again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here this morning. Next on the agenda is Bill number 221-37 COR, sponsored by myself, Tina Rose Muña Barnes, Senator Chris Dueñas, Senator Joe San Augustine, which is an act to transfer Lot 2417-1-R7, Municipality of Mangilao, formerly known as the Department of Public Health and Social Services Central Headquarters, from the Department of Public Health and Social Services to the Guam Community College for the construction of a nursing annex. I'll give my opening testimony at this time on Bill 221-37. I apologize. For the record, I will do the rules of engagements for this bill. The general rules of conduct for all who are in attendance. The conduct of this hearing shall be as follows. Those testifying will be recognized in the order who signed up in the sign-up sheet. Written testimonies may be read and submitted to the committee. Please provide the legislative staff of your written testimony for photocopying. Persons will be allowed to present oral testimony only once. Lengthy testimony should be summarized to 5 minutes. Once you are done, please remain in the room for any questions for my colleagues. Questions and testimony shall be confined to the substance of nature of this agenda and this bill. Personal inference as to the character or its motive of any senator or any individual testifying is not permitted. Any violations of this general rule of conduct will result in the removal of the hearing room. When you speak, please make sure that the microphone is on and that you speak into the microphone, but please, before you start your testimony, for the record, please state your name and where you're from for the record. Those who do not follow these rules of engagements will be removed from the public hearing room, and if it's 10:09 a.m. in the morning right now. So, colleagues, and to the people of Guam, today I stand before you to present Bill number 221-37, a bill that embodies a vision for the future of healthcare and education on our island. This bill proposes the transfer of Lot 2417-1R7 in Mangilao, formerly the Department of Public Health and Social Services Central Headquarters, to the Guam Community College for the construction of a nursing annex. Colleagues and to the listening audience, this proposal represents an opportunity to create a cutting-edge facility where the next generation of healthcare professionals, our doctors, nurses, and healthcare technicians will receive top-tier training right here on our island of Guam. It is unfortunate that this bill, which was introduced in December of 2023, has faced delays due to obstructionists. There has been information spread accusing me of taking land away from Department of Public Health and Social Services or disregarding the need for a critical healthcare facility in Mangilao. I want to tell you guys, let me be clear, nothing could be further from the truth. As you will hear today from Dr. Okada of Guam Community College, this bill is a win-win for both Department of Public Health and our island community. Department of Public Health will maintain its presence in Mangilao, have the exact same footprint or even larger, and receive a brand new building thanks to the partnerships with Guam Community College, which has, and I will note, a proven track record of leveraging federal dollars to benefit our community. At the same time, our aspiring healthcare professionals will gain access to a state-of-the-art learning environment. So imagine a facility where students can attend lectures upstairs, break for lunch, and then gain hands-on experience downstairs, a space designed to nurture both education and practical training. For 5 years, there has been no meaningful progress in reopening Department of Public Health and Social Services Mangilao facility. Even before last December, I worked with Guam Community College to explore ways to use federal funding to create a new modern facility that serves both the healthcare needs of our community and the educational goals of our students. Yet, political motives have hindered this progress. I question the true intentions of those who have obstructed this bill, and I urge them to set aside politics in favor of progress. I would like to take a moment to express my utmost gratitude to my staff and the dedicated employees of the Department of Public Health and Social Services. I understand that you engaged in a productive dialogue yesterday to address the myths and information that have been circulating. Undankulu Nasizus Masi for your willingness to listen, to be part of the conversation, and for your commitment to improving our island's healthcare and education systems. Dialogue is the foundation of democracy, and it is unfortunate that the chair of the relevant committee delayed starting this crucial conversation for months, citing reasons that do not reflect the truth. But as I have learned through sports, when it gets hard, you work harder. You don't give up. Giving up on our children, our most vulnerable, and the state of our island's healthcare, that is not something I will not do because it fits someone else's political narratives. I will work harder to see this through, and I hope everyone here today has an open ear and an open mind. And as we move forward with this bill, I encourage all of you to contribute to making it better, not for me, but for Guam. I want to say let's work together to ensure that this legislation not only serves the immediate needs of the Department of Public Health and Social Services, but also creates lasting benefits for our students, healthcare professionals, and our entire island. So thank you, and I look forward to the discussion to making this a stronger bill for the future of Guam. I will now recognize those in the sign-in sheet, and when I call your name, please have a seat on the table. Please don't forget to state your name for the record, and then you can begin your testimony and also where you're from. Peter John Camacho, Department of Public Health and Social Services. Mary Okada, President of the Guam Community College, signed in first. There is Vincent Ariola from DPW, and also Linda Ibanez. Yes, thank you. Please join us. I also have I think this is my cousin Margaret Gay and Annette Uggan. Are you also going to present oral testimony? Okay, please join us on the table. And then Catherine and Anakal? Are you presenting testimonials? Okay, just here. And then 1, 2, 3, 6. Okay. I will start with President Mary Okada. I will work then with Deputy Peter, the Director Vince, and then work down the way it was in. Okay. So, President Okada, you may begin. Thank you very much.
Half a day and good morning. Manana Sidus, Todos Hamzu. Vice Speaker Barnes and Senator Duenas as a co-sponsor of this bill 221. But I'd also like to recognize all the senators that are here present. Senator Jesse Lujan, Speaker Terlahi, Senator Joanne Brown, and Senator Chris Malafunction Barnett. Thank you again for being here this morning. My name is Mary Okada, and I have served as the president and the CEO of the Guam Community College since June of 2007. Normally, I would just introduce myself, but today I will provide some context as to why this date, June 2007, is important. Thank you for allowing me to testify today on behalf of the Guam Community College in full support of Bill 221-37, an act to transfer Lot 2417-1R7, Municipality of Mangilao, formerly known as the Department of Public Health and Social Services Central Headquarters, from the Department of Public Health and Social Services to the Guam Community College for the construction of a nursing annex. Almost every single day, I drive by that facility in Mangilao. In fact, as I drive by the DPHSS facility, I often wonder what we would do with that facility. I met with our architects several years ago to provide a conceptual design of that facility. This was a couple of years ago when I approached Governor Leon Guerrero on my interest to utilize the DPHSS facility that had been sitting idle for several years for an expansion for our nursing and health occupation programs. Shortly thereafter, I met with Senator Shelton on this idea, and she subsequently introduced legislation to transfer the DPHSS facility in Mangilao to GCC. Unfortunately, that bill was never heard and never moved forward. Today, I come before this body to share and provide an opportunity to garner your support in favor of a partnership that allows GCC and DPHSS to coexist in a facility that complements and supports each other's missions. I believe the synergy created by the missions of both organizations will result in a higher level of service from both GCC and DPHSS. GCC is looking to expand our practical nursing and allied health programs for licensed practical nurses, nursing assistants, medical assistants, laboratory technicians, and eventually radiology technicians in response to the shortages in these critical areas. In addition, as we work through the completion of our second cohort of paramedics, we are working on the requirements to establish an accredited paramedic training program here on Guam. Unfortunately, the GCC Mangilao campus of 32.75 acres is near capacity and cannot accommodate a fully functional nursing annex and laboratory. Already, we have had to look beyond our current campus to expand our ship repair and construction boot camp programs at our Workforce Development Center, currently under renovation in Barrigada. Our original interest in the property was expressed when no services have been offered there for several years. The property provided an opportunity to build a nursing annex and allied health complex, complete with a learning lab for our student nurses and allied health students, and finding a way to incorporate a daycare near the main campus to support our students and employees. The opportunity to develop a nursing and allied health annex at the former DPHSS headquarters is not intended now to displace any critical services. I attended the hearing on a similar bill, 222-37, that would return DPHSS facility back to DPHSS. I heard the cries of several employees hoping to return to their former offices. Since that hearing, I gathered more information as to what programs existed there before, speaking to the former director and deputy director, a member of the Employees Association, and several others. As these discussions have evolved, the possibility of offering a Department of Public Health clinic and laboratory and the GCC Nursing and Allied Health Annex in the same complex is a model that GCC is interested in exploring and pursuing. It could provide our nursing and allied health students an opportunity to complete their practicum hours in the public health clinic. This is the model that we believe would be beneficial to GCC, DPHSS, and our nursing students. GCC is a strong advocate for accessible and effective health care. It is the reason we are looking to expand our health care programs. Governor Leon Guerrero formed a health care collaborative that brought government, military, and civilian operations and employees involved in health care for our island together. This collaborative engaged in deep discussions on what is needed to ensure that our island has a trained workforce to meet healthcare needs for our island. As a result, many conversations and partnerships were formed, and the dialogues continue to this day on how we can make it better for our island residents. Now let me explain the reason I brought up the date, June 2007, in my introduction. Since June 2007, the college has expanded programs and renovated and expanded its facilities to meet the needs of our college. The Anthony A. Leon Guerrero Allied Health Center was a new facility. The Learning Resource Center was a new LEED certified facility. The foundation building was renovated as a renovated LEED certified facility. The GCC Student Center was a new facility. The renovation of Building 100 was renovated and expanded and is also a LEED certified facility. The renovation of Building 200 was renovated and expanded and is a LEED certified facility. The renovation of Building 300 is pending LEED certification. The Gregorio G. Perez Crime Lab Annex is pending LEED certification. That's also a new facility in partnership with GPD. The renovation of Building B is a renovation and expansion currently in progress. And the Workforce Development Center in Barrigada is a renovation in progress. I state this to demonstrate that the college has the history and the capacity to secure funding and successfully renovate and expand facilities to support our mission. The college leveraged its funds, sought several federal grants, and entered into a lease with the GCC Foundation, who took out the loan with USDA to build the Gregorio G. Perez Crime Lab Annex. As of today, the amount owed on this facility is less than $3.7 million, and that is the only facility that has any debt associated with all those buildings and renovations I just explained. For the past 17 years, with the support of the GCC Board of Trustees and the Foundation Board of Governors, governors of Guam, Guam legislators, my amazing staff, faculty, and administrators, and I have been successful in delivering high-quality education in conducive learning environments for our students. As we look toward this potential partnership with DPHSS, I am reminded that this past summer, the college provided the facilities to support the 2024 Guam Wellness Innovation Readiness Training. This was an amazing collaborative effort between the Air Force Reserve, Navy, and Guam Air National Guard with the Guam Department of Public Health and Social Services. In closing, the Guam Community College is in favor of discussing and exploring the opportunity to collaborate with the Department of Public Health and Social Services team to design a new, modernized facility, including a daycare center that will benefit our students and our island community. I thank the Vice Speaker and the good senators for your time in support of our collective efforts to enhance health care for our island. I look forward to working closely with Director Ariola and this body to move this initiative forward. Sidus Maasi.
Buen provecho, President Okada. Mr. Peter John.
Thank you, Madam Vice Speaker. Hafa Madam Vice Speaker. My name is Peter John Camacho, the Deputy Director for the Department of Public Health and Social Services. However, today I'm in an acting capacity because our director is currently off island. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony on Bill 221-37, an act to transfer Lot 2417-1-R7, Municipality of Mangilao, formerly known as the Department of Public Health and Social Services Central Headquarters, from the Department of Public Health and Social Services to the Guam Community College for the construction of a nursing annex. I would just like to note that in looking at some historical documentation, that central facility is actually known as the Central Public Health and Social Services Diagnostic and Treatment Facility. The department offers a concept introduced last year by former Director Arthur San Augustine. In a public hearing on a related bill, He shared that he had reached out to Dr. Mary Okada, president of the Guam Community College, and discussed a shared approach for using the location. At the time, the central facility had not been used since an electrical fire in 2019. The shared approach discussed initially by President Okada and former Director San Agustin was the complete refurbishment of the facility with direct patient and client services programs on the lower floors of the building, and if construction could support additional floors upward, classrooms and training areas for educational use. The practical application would be that as students completed their didactic component, they could access the direct care or service activities downstairs, which could be a living laboratory. The students could still access the Guam Memorial Hospital or the Guam Regional Medical City for more specialized clinical care services training. If you consider the human or social services aspect, students could access these programs for their practicum needs as well, another side of the living laboratory vision. Bill 221-37 speaks to providing a nursing training annex. We all know our island home faces challenges in attracting critically needed professionals, not just doctors or nurses and social workers, but environmental health professionals, eligibility specialists, epidemiologists, and others. We need to not only grow our own workforce, but also keep it. The DPHSS recognizes this and is cognizant of and advocates for a strong partnership in growing our healthcare and social services workforce with institutions of higher learning such as GCC and UOG. I'd like to also just point out anecdotally that we currently have in progress with GCC and UOG efforts to develop those training opportunities for the Division of Environmental Health and also for our social workers. Page 2, line 18 of Bill 221 supports this partnership by acknowledging reviving this unused asset would also allow greater collaboration between GCC and other governmental agencies that are in the midst of complementary efforts to improve healthcare like DPHSS and the Guam Memorial Hospital Authority. We also recognize that we can and will be a strong partner in providing that practical training ground for these up-and-coming professionals. DPHSS is excited to be an equal partner in growing our workforce and providing the hands-on care that our community needs. For the record, there are only 2 federally qualified health centers, FQHC, in Guam. The first is the Southern Region Community Health Center located in Inalahan, operational since 1984. The second is the Northern Region Community Health Center located in Dededo, operational since 1998. These FQHCs provide primary care services much like American Medical Center, FHP, the Seventh-day Adventist Clinic, IHP, and other standalone medical providers. Lastly, it is important to highlight that the central facility in Mangilao housed grant-specific clinical activities such as STD, HIV, Ryan White, immunization, Shriner's Clinic, hearing screening, prenatal and breastfeeding classes, Hansen's disease and tuberculosis control programs. These are important services for our community. Over 30 years ago, DPHSS began renting out other locations because it had outgrown the Mangilao footprint. Additionally, the central facility was already worn down 5 years ago and needed desperate repair, which may have contributed to the conditions that caused the electrical fire. I do know that as the department has grown, what we've done is add to the existing infrastructure, never taking into consideration that as you increase that load on your infrastructure, if you don't upgrade it, you run the risk of, some untoward incident happening. The facility was built in 1966 and is 58 years old and likely in even worse deteriorating shape. Without sufficient funding, DPHSS would not be able on its own to renovate or bring the facility up to current code. And as Director Teresa Arreola indicated in her confirmation hearing, she said that she would not allow her staff to enter into a facility that was not safe. And also, by the same token, we would not want our patients to be in that kind of a facility as well. We recognize that autonomous entities that generate their own revenue have successfully constructed multiple facilities, such as GCC, and are in a better position to build the property back up for use again. In this scenario, the GCC nursing program and the DPHSS maternity program would be able to coexist, to live together harmoniously on the same campus to benefit both agencies and the public that we serve. We respectfully request approval by this legislative body. Si Diyos mahasi.
Thank you very much, Acting Director. And this presentation was written for Director Arreola, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Director Arreola? Vince?
Good morning, Senator, Madam Chair. Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Vince Arreola. I'm the Director of the Department of Public Works. Joining me is our Deputy Director, Linda Ibanez. Senators, I'm not here to speak directly on the transfer or the intent of the bill, but I am here to answer any questions or concerns that may arise concerning the building, as we are 2, if not 3 days away from releasing an RFP to contract a firm to conduct an assessment of the building. You know, we've been talking about this for several months. The RFP is ready to go out publicly, and so I can speak to that. But on the direct transfer of property, assets, and land from public health to GCC, I'll leave that to the two heads of the agencies. But I can speak to whatever assessment we expect if that RFP is released. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Annette again, and I'm from the village of Jutnya. I'm here speaking as a citizen and resident of Guam. So, Hafide, Madam Vice Speaker Muña Barnes, Speaker Talai, and members of the 37th Guam Legislature. I'm here as a daughter of Guam, a citizen who just happens to be a public health employee for my entire public service career of over 28 years. I took leave this morning to share my firsthand knowledge and experience of why the Central Public Health Facility is needed, not just for us, the public health employees, but also, and more importantly, for our high-risk and underserved clients. I take a risk today. I was in a dilemma to appear, to share why I do not support Bill 221-37 as it is currently written. But if I don't speak up, then who will? To be clear, I fully support and advocate for working collaboratively to improve healthcare and build up Guam's healthcare and allied health workforce. For over 15 years in my previous role as the immunization program manager and in my current role as the Bureau of Communicable Disease Control Administrator, I collaborate with GCC Allied Health so that their medical assistant students can do their clinical rotations for their admin hours within the various programs under my management. I have and will continue to advocate for the creation of the medical assistant positions in the government of Guam, which we have been trying for more than 10 years. I also need to clarify, remind everyone that the Central Public Health is not a community health center, as my acting director already stated. It is not like in Alahan and Dedido. The MANGILAO Public Health Clinic was more of a specialized clinic for communicable diseases, especially tuberculosis and Hansen's disease or leprosy, which public health is mandated to manage, control, and prevent. The MANGILAO Public Health Clinic also provided maternal child health clinics, walk-in immunization clinics, SCHIV counseling and screening, X-ray, lab, and dental services, all at no cost to our underserved clients. In addition, the MANGILAO facility housed the Office of Vital Statistics, Non-Communicable Disease, Medicaid, MIP, and SNAP, or food stamp. It was a one-stop shop in one building, one village. Now our clinic, programs, and services are scattered across this island. As an employee, it is disheartening to see and hear our clients' anger and frustration to now have to drive to multiple villages and buildings for these services. I am happy and excited to hear the testimony provided by President Okada. That is something that we look forward to, and I support. It's all about collaborating partnership because, again, as I've always said throughout my public health career, public health cannot do it alone, be it for outbreak response, pandemic response. However, as the bill is currently written, it is not reflected or does not align with what we just heard from both my acting director and President Okada. Page 1, line 9, expands GCC's footprint. It doesn't say return any footprint back to Central Public Health, the Department of Public Health. Page 2, line 17, it says that GCC's the college nursing and allied health students to gain valuable clinical hours within the same facility. But what clinic? It doesn't mention public health. Same page 2, line 25. For the construction of a nursing annex, it doesn't say to rebuild the Central Public Health facility. Nowhere in this bill does it say remain with the Department of Public Health and Social Services. It only talks about transferring the land to GCC. Page 3, line 2. Any and other purpose as approved by the Board of Trustees of the GCC. Nowhere does it mention public health. Where do we have a say? What if we want to expand our footprint? Same page, line 5. Convert the Central Public Health building to a GCC workforce annex. It does not again say rebuild Central Public Health facility. And so that, again, I do not support the bill as it is currently written. The bill, as it is stated, appears to service only the one target group of GCC and students. What about DPHS staff and our clients that we service the entire island? I request to please amend the bill so that it does reflect what is being presented today. Please do what is right, not just for GCC, but also for DPHSS, and more importantly, our underserved clients. Thank you for the opportunity.
You're very welcome, Mrs. Huggan. Ms. Margaret Kay?
Hafidi, and good morning, Senator Barnes, Vice Speaker, and Senator Speaker of the House. My name is Margarita Bautista Gay. I am a citizen and from the village of Tamuni. I do pardon myself because I was not fully aware of the whole bill. Thank you, Ms. Okada, for explaining majority of the bill. Because I came here also as Annette. We are on leave, and we just wanted to be heard because of the importance of our program services that we provide now to Guam. I'd like to say again, thank you for the opportunity to provide the testimony on Bill 22137. I am here as a respectful and an advocate of other residents and citizens of Guam, here to voice my humble opinion on this delicate matter. Yes, I know this is a bill only to transfer the land and name for the new facility with the Guam Community College. But why? For decades, this property and location is known as central headquarters of Department of Public Health and Social Service. This land and building has been with the government for over 4 decades, and it has made its mark in providing at least 80% of the people of Guam, from birth to death, for providing free dental care, and for medical services to many people who needed that care because of their lack of insurance, applying for needed public assistance and public welfare. It was a place where I received my nursing license and where my mom once worked, and it was a place that people knew and what service they provided as they go to get help for any public health and social services programs. So far, the past 2 years, I was here to support the legislature in assisting the Department of Public Health in allocating funds and move our leadership to getting our department building back and giving more support to renovate the building and trying to get it back to Manguilao Central Public Health. Thank you, Senators Terlai, for and all the senators that have heard our testimony and supported us, for providing your urgency and awareness to the other senators and concerned citizens and staff of what we need our Central Public Health building back. Just know that I have been always there to help more that Bill 222-37, because the staff of the public health were trying to voice the importance of keeping Manguilao Public Health building and location. So I have been a nurse for over 36 years. I have since been a community nurse, a nursing educator, an advocate to better the healthcare and increase the healthcare force. And I've always been with the Bureau of Family Health and Nursing Service that advocates these future LP, licensed practical nurses and certified nurse assistants from the Guam Community College in our clinical area. So I've been always an advocate to increasing our health care. So I am here today to listen to the Bill 221-37 and understand that this bill and how it entails has a respectful health care resident. I also want to learn what this bill will help the current residents who rely on the Department of Public Health Services now and the future. But I do not want to forget that I've always wanted our past leadership to handle our issue with this building, because it was a directive to relocate us with no plans to where to relocate us, no plans to correctly assess the building safety and security, and no plans to inform their employees of the relocation plans. A lot I have heard today is new to me, because while we were working so hard protecting our island from COVID-19, the priority of our working location was not a concern. This is a lot for us to understand. But it was a concern to the supervisors within the department. But it was a concern to others like yourselves that we were not working there. And to all the hard fighting and concern of you, senators, thank you for your support. I'm only here to learn and understand the bill and get a better insight on what it will. And so I am here to, I'm just hearing a lot that I'm not fully in support because of the bill is not written correctly, as my fellow colleague has stated. It doesn't clearly say and officially say the building will be still our Department of Public Health and Social Service building. I verbally hear it, and the land will be given to GCC, but there's nothing again stating of our ownership back to the Department of Public Health. I just wanted to make known that I am support of training our future healthcare providers, which we lack that a lot. But we at Public Health advocate and train them at the same time. because of our clinic's importance in their curriculum, we are gladly willing to continue that partnership. So I concur with my fellow co-worker friend on all that she has stated on the bill, because it is what was pointed out was evidence that we agree on the same concerns on this testimony. So thank you all for for this opportunity for me to voice at this important bill testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Margaret, for your testimony, and thank you for being here this morning. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? If not, I'm going to ask a couple of questions, and then I'll yield to my colleagues. Based on the conversations that my staff had with the Department of Public Health and Social Service staff yesterday, one of the questions asked was, why can't we use the Guam Community College as a grantee to build the facility for Department of Public Health and Social Services, but keep the land under the Department of Public Health and Social Services? So for the record and for the listening audience, Dr. Okada, maybe you can chime in to answer that question.
Thank you, Senator Muña Barnes. So one of the reasons why is because GCC, in order to build or to renovate our Workforce Development Center in Barrigada, the property was originally under the GCC Foundation with the lease back to the college. When we applied for that grant through U.S. Department of Commerce under Economic Development Authority, GCC had to be the owner of the property in order for us to apply for the grant. And so we successfully transferred or reimbursed the foundation for that funding that they provided, and the property is now under GCC as the community college, and we were able to obtain a $1.2 million grant from EDA to renovate that facility.
So that is
depending on the federal agency and depending on their rules, they may require that we own the facility because it is grant money, but even with EDA, we have to use that facility for at least 20 years for its intended purpose.
So one other point brought up to me was whether we can put in the bill some language that says, okay, if we give it to GCC, GCC must ensure that the Department of Public Health and Social Services be provided the equal existing square footage in whatever new building built on that lot. Is that something you would be amenable to, and whether we need to add it into the bill or mandate a memorandum of agreement to be signed? Would that be something GPHSS, GCC, and even the boots on the ground, the backbone of DPHS, the staff, is that something that can alleviate your concerns? Yeah.
Madam Vice Speaker, because of knowledge, experience with private and also public, there is that concern of what if the landowner doesn't agree with the building owner? So that is details that need to be flushed out and in black and white. The other issues too is over the past 5 years, while we were busy dealing with dengue outbreak to the fire to pandemic response, between the surges, the boots on the ground were trying to find ways to consolidate to rent while we deal with finding funding sources, USDA, Department of Interior, to renovate our building. Then we had Typhoon Marwar. Then we had to do the medical mission, breathe just a little bit, and do a next medical mission. So again, as my colleague mentioned, while we were dealing with all of these emergencies, I can't speak for why nothing was done for the past 5 years. But these are my concerns of how the bill is written, and that's what I want to focus on, that we already own the land. So couldn't the grant come to public health, since we already own the land, and then subaward it to GCC, since they have the better track record for building buildings and maintaining it?
So, again, in the past, within the government of Guam, we have been able to work public-private partnerships, but it is the person who's trying to achieve the grant funding has to be the main taker of the property in order for us to facilitate moving forward. So, speaking of the partnership and the between DPSS and GCC, how would the partnership between the two entities work if this were to go, and if we can still get a grant under GCC, knowing that maybe we can amend the bill to say GCC and Department of Public Health? How could that work? Mary, can I start with you?
So first of all, I'd like to say that in the design of the new facility, public health will be at the table to identify what their needs are, similar to what we did with the forensic lab in MANGILAO. So if you look at the forensic lab that is built on the GCC campus, and you look at that footprint, the GCC component is 2 classrooms and 2 offices. The rest of that facility, probably twice as big, belongs to and is intended for the DNA and serology requirements for Guam Police Department. So they designed what they needed, and we designed our interest, because our interest was to tie it to academics, and so that's how we have the 2 classrooms. One will serve as a laboratory for science, and the other classroom for instructional, and 2 offices. So that was how that design was determined. In this particular case, we would identify, we would come to the table together to identify what their program needs are for the respective areas that were in the former facility, so that they have adequate space with possibility of some area for expansion if they needed to, of course, depending on the funding that's available. Now, I have not, any of the grants that we have written, I have not ever written it with another government agency. It's probably something I can explore with the federal agencies that we intend to apply to, but that's not something we've done before. Certainly worth looking into.
Thank you. To Department of Public Health and Social Services, while the Guam Community College has demonstrated they can build and get resources, right, the grants, can you share with me what funding mechanisms you have access to? And if we keep MANGILAO under DPHSS, what fund we can tap into build a new facility? It's been a while since we took grant management class, but refresh my memory, as I understand you have the latitude to make small-scale improvements to your facility depending on small grant parameters, but the MANGILAO facility would qualify under a capital improvement. What access to capital improvement funds do you have? Peter.
I'm not aware of what opportunities are, but I know that our staff have been looking into what possible, whether it's through USDA, to be able to see the community block grant, to see if those are, opportunities for us to access.
So as of right now, there is not a list from the administrative staff or from the direction that you as a team have that is accessing or looking into it right now?
I currently don't have that information, ma'am.
But if you did, you could check back and get back to us,
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
Most definitely, right?
Yes.
Because I know that the Guam Community College has been working closely with the director, and I think if that's something that's on hand, I hear from DPW that they do have an assessment RFP going out, and I'm going to reiterate that again. Is that a correct statement to say, Director Arreola? Yes, sir. Okay. And that the specifications on that RFP or IFB or whatever's out there, what is the timeline for that process?
I think we put 210 calendar days, so that comes out to about 7 months to do a complete assessment for the entire building.
Inclusive of the proposal out there getting the solicitations to come in, right? Getting the packets.
No, that's contract time.
That's contract time, but for the proposals going out, what is your timeline there also?
I think we put 60 days on that.
60 days, okay. Just food for thought. I mean, just to make sure that we have the dynamics written down on what's happening right now with the whole facility and what's being done since 2019, right? Since the electoral code. So to Ms. Uggan, thank you again for being here and presenting. I truly appreciate that. You and my cousin there, Margaret, testifying. As I mentioned in my opening, I think these dialogues are very, very important, and I'm open to ideas to make bills like this much better. And you said as it's currently written, but based on your points brought up, I commit to putting it in my bill and hopefully working with you some more to make it reflect the points that you brought up, and that I can fully support is seeing how it's mirrored and making sure that the intent of the partnership is here is we're one government of Guam, one team Guam, one, and it's in the interest of our community. And sometimes what we need to do is get creative and think outside the box, right? If you need to look for resources elsewhere, what opportunities are out there if we don't have it personally on hand, right? And so I was saying that if amendments were made to this facility to be inclusive of both, I mean, the technicalities are there. What GCC has mentioned that in order for them to ascertain these $1 million resources, right, or I'm sorry, what was the amount again on the grant that you can ascertain up to for the facility's renovations?
It depends on the funding source.
It depends on the funding source, right? And what you can go up to.
One is how much money they have available, because every year the federal agencies have a certain allocation. Some of them have a cap. If there's a local cap or a regional cap, then we have to get the concurrence from the federal officials in Washington, D.C. So just as an example, the regional office here for USDA has about a regional cap of $5 million. So in the event that the fund or the request for funding exceeds that $5 million, then we have to advocate at the federal level through the regional director that is currently in Honolulu to advocate for that project at the national level.
If the Department of Public Health and Social Services name remains as a co-owner of the facility, the possibility of GCC moving forward on that, on a grant, would that be possible?
I'd have to take a look, but understand that there are several facilities at the GCC campus that have had multiple federal agencies and local funding supporting one facility. So there is one facility that I have on campus where we leveraged 5 different funding sources in order to build the building. So we would leverage as much as we can to support this facility.
So one more question to that, based on what you brought up with the Guam Police Department, right, in the crime lab, is the facility and the application just the Guam Community College, or is it under both names?
The facility is just the Guam Community College. So the Guam Community College, more than 10 years ago, wrote a grant to Department of Interior for the A&E for that facility. 10 years later, we applied for a USDA grant to borrow $5 million to support that facility and building 200, which was our criminal justice. So based on those two components, those two buildings, the renovation and the new facility was a total of about $8 million. So GCC's foundation applied for the loan, and GCC has a leaseback agreement with the foundation for that facility. The debt service is something that is provided by the legislature for that loan, which is $200,400 every year, that is provided by the Guam legislature to support that debt. On that debt, there is only a balance of less than $3.7 million.
Right. But the employees in the facility
Are
is?
all GPD.
Okay. So again, an opportunity to look at a successful program that was given by GCC, worked with GCC, but the employees that run and facilitate the programs in there are Guam Police Department. Peter, did you want to add to anything there? Okay. So at this time, in all fairness to the co-author of the other bill, I'm going to yield to the speaker to start her line of questioning to this. Oh. From who? I do apologize. I was noted by the speaker that a couple of folks are in the arena. I didn't see. Thank you. Good morning, Deputy Director Terry Uggan, for being here. Thank you for coming. Did you wish to present oral testimony, or are you just here in support with your co-deputy? You're more than welcome to the table. And I also see a doctor in the audience, Dr. Tom Shea. Thank you very much. Are you here to testify in this legislation, or you're just here to listen? Please. You're more than welcome to. No, can we just pull another chair? Just stay there, Margaret. We'll pull another chair. I have no problem. Dr. Tom? Dr. Tom Shea, you may proceed. I'd like to hear from you first, sir, and then I'll yield to Deputy Terry.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Senators. Sorry I'm late. I just got the notice this morning. I've been so busy. As you know, we're very short of providers. So, it's been a constant struggle. Now, the reason I'm here is because, I sort of briefly read 221. It was a very simple bill, basically just handing the land over to GCC. 221, I also briefly read it as 222. I also really read it as well. And I think a couple of things, if I can add. I've been on Guam for 28 plus, going on 29 years. And I've been, I work with Peter John. I work with, I know Margaret, I've worked at public health. If you haven't noticed, many years ago, I drove down to Southern Public Health, and I enjoy going there. They don't pay very well, but I was in the Navy, and they do great barbecue down south. So I go down there for the barbecue rather than the pay. What I'm concerned about is the lack of access to care, immediate access. I understand GCC is a great facility, and we actually very proud of our clinic is that majority of our nursing actually hire from GCC, actually. LPNs, and we have MAs as well. And our clinic serve as a clinical site for GCC. We train many of the nurses, as well as many of the private clinics as well. And the teaching of nursing is really not just in the classrooms. It's really outside in the clinical arenas. And I'm a faculty at the University of Hawaii School of Medicine, associate professor at the School of Medicine. And I teach nurses, I teach medical students, I teach residents, fellows. And majority of the learning really is outside of the classrooms. The didactic section, you can get into any classroom, even here. And you can teach online, you can Zoom teach. So really the physical space, I can understand that, hey, you want to create a physical space. But I think the most important need right now for Guam is to really reopen the public health facility and to have access to care, especially for maternal fetal care, for moms and for babies. That's critical. And right now, you have pretty much only maternal fetal care at the Northern Center, but you really have to look at what the need is. Now, compromise. I think that both bills have good intentions. 222 and 221 actually have very good bills. The only concern that I have is that 221, we're opposed to 221 simply because it has no provisions there for really access to care. It's basically just, here's the title, take it over, and go build your stuff. But in 222, I can see a win-win situation with 222. I think if we can recreate public health center in the central part for access to care for the indigent population, I think that's going to go a long way. And I'm speaking from experience, almost 30 years practicing on Guam, and I've helped indigent patients as well. We do medical missions down south. We've done it in Dededo. We've done it in PT. We've done it in Arahan. So I think if you can take away from what I'm going to say today, it's not a bad thing that if we oppose 221, but if you can combine 221 with 222. But how do you do that? That's the challenge, right? I think what we need to do is ensure access to care. That's number one. Teaching, sure, it's there. But if you provide the access to care, you're still going to be teaching. The reason why I'm saying that is because you need patients to teach. Without patients, what are you going to teach? Who are you going to teach it to? You can teach on a dummy. You can do CPR on a dummy. But to get into a real situation, real clinical arena, if a patient comes in and you want to hear the fetal heart tones, yeah, you can do a computer simulation. But the real life patient, you cannot replace in a clinical education arena. And I think Mary Okada, she's done a very good job at GCC. She can understand what I'm talking about. Because when the nurses come through our clinic, they're very raw. They may be able to, know what's going on, the maintenance of healthcare, but you really have to get hands-on experience. They can start an IV on a dummy hand, sure, no problem. We can all do that, But to start it on an actual human being is something else. It's something else. So I think the goal for 222, 221 should be combined in a way that you got to create and reopen public health for access to care, especially for maternal fetal, access to care for the children of the community. Once you create the access to care, you already have live patients going there. You're going to provide it. I tell you, you open MANGILAO Public Health, I will be there to help you see patients. I'm here. You open public health in Manila, I will be there to help you see patients. And I'm speaking on record, so you can play that back to me when you do open it. And I mean it because I'm actually a very good teacher. I'm hands-on and I've taught many nurses, but you gotta make sure that access to care is your number one priority, not just teaching. Teaching you can teach, but without patients, you're not gonna be able to teach. So the clinical teaching that what GCs want to accomplish is gotta have patients, okay? So, and I don't know how many students do you have in your LPN program right now?
So we currently have a cohort of 30, I believe, but we also have a waiting list.
No, 30 in the cohort right now.
Yes.
Okay, so 30, how much room do you need for 30 students, right? If you want to increase that to, let's say you want to double to 60 students, you're going to need faculty members. You're going to need teachers like me, right? You're going to need a clinical teacher like me to be part of that teaching staff. But I can't teach them if I don't have patients to show them what to do and how to carry on the clinical arena. Because LPNs, MAs, they're very clinically dependent. And we love them. Let me tell you, they are backbone of community clinics and public health clinics. Much more than, I would say, RNs, as value as RNs are in hospital setting. But LPNs and MAs are the feeding grounds from GCC to the private clinics. And I can tell you right now, if you ask most of the clinics here, we hire from GCC. Majority of them, we offer them very good salaries, much better than what public health will offer. But you gotta make sure that you create that teaching environment for the students. And I think Bill 222, I don't, transferring property is one thing, but if you don't create an environment that you can allow active live teaching of patients with clinical faculty that's actually being willing to rotate through there, it's not gonna be successful. You won't. So that's what I'm here to say. So I'm open for questions if you want, but just briefly.
Thank you, Dr. Shea, and I know that Dr. Okada wants to respond, but before I do that, or you know what, go ahead and respond, Doctor, and then I'll go ahead and share a thought.
Thank you, Dr. Shea, for advocating what I just said in my testimony, even though it's not included in 221. 221 was introduced before I attended the hearing on 222. And so as an update to my testimony, the idea was to return the public health services to the facility, but expand it so that GCC can have additional instruction in the same facility. And so we would like to provide a copy of our testimony so that you can see it.
Yeah, I was just reading it, and what caught my attention is the last two paragraphs, right? The last two paragraphs, well, including the paragraphs previous to that. The third paragraph to the end actually says prenatal care and breastfeeding, STDs. You know, those things are very important, and I think you gotta open MANGILAO. But, you know, how many square feet is that in MANGILAO? 50,000 square foot, 40,000. 40,000, that's a big space. How much do you need for a classroom for 60 students?
The panel. I will yield to the panel.
Classroom size? 20, about 700 square feet.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's not very much, right? That's not very much. You got 40,000 square foot of space on there. And I bet you if you add another floor, you build up, or even renovate it, you know, you can hire a good architect. They can retrofit anything you want. That building is solid concrete. I've been there. I worked there. I think I saw Peter John or some of the nursing there when I first came on Guam. When I first got my license, I think I had to go visit public health. In fact, that's where I had to sign some contracts or whatever it is way back then. That was only 25 years ago or 26 years ago. But you don't need much space. You really don't. But I think if you share it, if you reopen public health, I think you can make it happen. But somehow, you know, 222, I think, remind me again on 222. That is a bill that I have here, right here, Health and Human Service, 17,000. Yeah, I think either way, I think you're going to have to do something to reopen the public health there for access to care. But for education, you don't need that much. I would say, generously, I would say 5,000 square feet is huge, you know, and you got 35,000 square feet more to clinical care, you know. So the sooner that you open, the sooner I can help you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Shea, not only for being here, but for your decades of service to Guam. I know that you're a very busy guy, but I hope you take the time to rewatch the public hearing today when you get a chance, because I want you to know that there are some great points that were brought up that would ultimately find a real revenue stream to do exactly what you are saying, and to put a brand new Department of Public Health and Social Services facility in MANGILAO, that exact same property, give public health the exact same space to open the facility, or even larger, that has been closed for 5 years, treating real patients, our most vulnerable on the island. And once we reopen MANGILAO in a brand new facility, I'm going to definitely hold you to the commitment that you made today and save this script. But okay. Thank you, Doctor, for your testimony. Deputy Director Uggan, I'm going to go ahead and recognize you.
May I be excused? Do you have any questions, or may I be excused?
Yes, you may be excused. Thank you. Director Uggan.
So, Hafaday and good morning, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity. You know, when I first heard about the potential for...
Just state your name for the record.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Terry.
Terry Uggan, Deputy Director of the Department of Public Health and Social Services. And when I first heard the potential of breathing new life into the public health building in Manila, I was really excited. You know, this is a building that's been part of public health ever since 1972 when it opened its doors. And I know funding around that date back to the late 60s, construction, and then eventually the launching and opening with Dr. Cruz being the first director. Through the years that the Department of Public Health, but that building specifically, has provided direct services to such a large population of people. There is no doubt that the building has not served its purpose and in the future will continue to do so. And we're talking about services like vital statistics, clinical care, tuberculosis, HIV during the time that HIV was in its height here on Guam, and of course it continues to be a concern. But it was also dental services and laboratory services and pharmacy services, and the list goes on. It's amazing just how much a role that building does play and public health plays within our island. In looking back and thinking about the potential partnership between Guam Community College and public health, it is a win-win situation. To me, it is without doubt, it's almost without discussion. Who doesn't want a win-win, and who doesn't want direct services made available to the people of Guam? And in looking at the potential to have classrooms within public health, that's a training ground of opportunity. We have the clinic there. People are trained within the classroom, but then the clinic also is an extension of that classroom. We want to see people coming in. Through the years, we know that building specifically, many of our young folks who by age would not normally be married were coming in with their first pregnancy. And through the years, we've watched that same person grow and have multiple children and access the different services that were available within the building. Guam has grown with that building. The number of people who tested positive through UCG testing for pregnancy is astronomical. The numbers of people who receive food stamp benefits, MIP, and Medicaid, also along those lines. Before we even opened the doors in 1985 for the Dedido Public Health, of course, the bulk of our island came through the MANGILAO Public Health Facility, also known as the Central Region Community Health Center. Also has another title with its diagnostic component, which I think is the official name. My point being, though, is when you can have classroom, when you can have practicum, when you can have hands-on situations in a clinical setting, it definitely is a win-win. And looking over medical campuses and things like that, that's exactly what they do on the university level. You've got people providing clinical services, clinical care, coming from the classroom. An extension of that classroom becomes the facility. So I'm very excited about this opportunity. Looking back at the many years when Shriners Services, Shriners Hospitals for Children, providing services as early as the late 1950s and into the 60s, and actually the home of Shriners at one time was the MANGILAO Public Health. And they proudly displayed their placard, which may mean very little to some people in this room. But for us that had worked through Shriners, those of us that refer children with orthopedic conditions, we take it very proudly, and it's very personal. So I'm delighted to be here today. I'm really looking at the decision I know will be in the best interest of the people of Guam, and I'm actually looking forward to having a situation where we have a partnership with Guam Community College, and of course we continue to provide services at the public health level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Director Uggan. At this time, there's nobody else that wants to testify. I'm going to yield to Speaker Therese Terlai. You may proceed. I will note for the record that Director Arriola said he'd have to get out of here within 20 minutes, so if anybody needs to direct questions to him, please let me know. But Speaker Therese, I'll start with you.
Yes, thank you. I want to thank all of you who submitted testimony on this bill. And of course, there are two bills. One is to transfer the property, and the bill is very clear, and Ms. Uggan, you were absolutely correct. The bill says transfer to GCC for a workforce annex. It says transfer the lot, the square meters, transferred from the Department of Public Health to the Guam Community College for a nursing annex, not for a clinic, for a nursing annex. And then the next section says, issue a certificate of title to the Guam Community College for a nursing annex for its nursing and other educational programs. Nothing in this bill talks about a clinic. So I understand that after the hearing, Dr. Okada, and I want to thank you for your resourcefulness, going to the governor, everything you've got, and you know, your intent is to expand your facilities. Absolutely, I believe you should do that. The only issue that we really have is whether it should be expanded at the, by closing permanently their MANGILAO facility for public health. And the part where public health advocates that, or past directors and current directors advocate for that, really blows my mind. Now, today you're saying that after the hearing, you want to do a partnership, and I appreciate that, but the bill does not do that at all. So supporting this bill is, you know, they're promising all kinds of amendments to it, but really, I think all of you celebrating public health's history in this building and their accomplishments within their own abilities, I think that's very well warranted, because there is no reason at all that public health cannot do this. I think they can absolutely do it with the help of GCC as well, but to tell us that public health, who is expanding right now, it's northern, they built 2 community health centers. They worked on that. They expanding right now their northern community health centers. They are building a lab in MANGILAO. They are building a brand new environmental health center. It's like, yeah, they've got building experience too if they want to. If they focus on that, if they decide that that's part of their mission is to open up a clinic in MANGILAO, I can't see any reason why public health cannot do that. And when you've got your top employee in top health personnel talking about what happened when they closed that down to those who are underserved in our community, that's not a priority is still mind-boggling to me. So I support GCC. They want land. They want to expand. That's fine. I say give them land, let them expand. If they want to put classrooms together with public health, I see no reason why public health would object to that. They've already testified over and over in different hearings that they do that, and they have done that for years. They have supported GCC's mission to train all their medical personnel. They've done that in their clinics, and they want to open these clinics in order to do that some more. And even the north and the southern health clinics, I believe, when they were proposed, were planned around that we had a central clinic in MANGILAO. That was, I am sure, part of what they wrote up to get these grants. They talked about, we've already got a clinic in MANGILAO. And so the director in her confirmation hearing testified that she's going to consolidate the offices, but had no plans to rebuild a clinic. And this is what these, you know, the former acting chief public health officer during COVID, these nurses who put themselves on the line for us are telling us services are impacted. Open a clinic. That's the part that really bothers me. And then 5 years ago, while I think in the director's testimony, Acting Director Camacho, you said that 5 years ago we were already moving out of public health because we had outgrown it. Yes, you had, but not the clinic, right? The clinic stayed. You moved out senior services and other things that maybe not necessarily to be connected to the clinic because they were for other things, running the senior citizen centers, running the legal services, all of that. But this, I believe, should remain part of public health's mission, part of public health's priorities, part of public health's mandate. If you're the ones getting the grants to do these things. And I think to speculate, you know, as to what a partnership might look like when we don't see it here, you know, maybe we need to regroup. If that's what you really want to do, put that in a bill and say, this is going to be a partnership to do that. As opposed to, we're transferring this property, we're relinquishing all of our mission that we have served the community through this property, and we're just not going to address it. That's what public health has done, saying we don't need the clinic, let GCC build educational facilities, and we will just go our merry way. While we've got an underserved population, maternal health issues, all kinds of issues, as the deputy director pointed out, those still continue. The DPW, well, you know, I want to commend GCC because she's correct. The president of GCC is absolutely correct. They have the track record to also build buildings and classrooms and partnership, but that's not what this bill says. And she also went to the governor and got the governor's approval, apparently, to obtain this property, and the directors of public health have acquiesced to that. And yet, it's hard for me to believe that there are no funding opportunities for Department of Public Health as well, or outright funding public health to renovate its building. That's just, there's no testimony that it's even been explored. In fact, the testimony is the opposite, like we haven't done anything, and we've just given up. That's not like the public health that we know, who has been the one to get all those grants for all the programs that we have and to expand them as well. There was a UOG also wanted to build a nursing training center. I can't remember what they call it, but it's that, and they're breaking ground on it. They're building it. They got an EDA grant, and I think if you look at that funding source, it says there will be one in the community. But I want, you know, so I know that these training facilities are possible, and I have no doubt that they will be built. And I think if we're just looking for land, then let's look for land. But to obliterate public health's mission in Mangilao doesn't make sense while we're looking for land, right? And I don't think that was the intent at all. The when DPW, before you leave, I'd like to ask, so when we had a hearing in January, I think it was, yeah, in January, you testified. I asked you how long before this assessment is done, and you said at that time 3 to 4 weeks. And so that would have been February 2024. But it's 8 months later now, and this RFP, I asked you how long before the RFP is out, and you said 3 to 4 weeks. So that would have been February 24. It's 8 months later now. The RFP is not finalized, I don't think, and now you're saying even after it's finalized, it's going to take 7 months to complete an assessment.
The RFP is due to be released on the 7th this month, by Monday. Yes, ma'am.
You said those exact words at a previous hearing we had. You said the RFP will be released on Monday, in fact, at one of the hearings.
And you're right. At the time, I thought it would have been released. At the time, it was at the AG's office. We had our calendar. There were a number of delays. We also had to seek additional funding for this because we initially tagged this at maybe a $350,000 project. This has gone way over. Like I mentioned, the building is 40-some thousand square feet. The scope of work that we put into assessing the building went quite a bit, and so that's where we are today. We increased the scope of work. We want to make sure that we do this one time to make sure that we cover all our bases for all aspects of the building, and so that's where we are. It's going to be released on the 7th.
All right, and when we you know, last year, as Dr. Okada said, the bill was introduced. I think we met and we talked about the plans, and they had a survey. They had plans already for this building, including a child care and the educational facilities. But at that time, the plan was just to tear the building down. Yet, when we had the public hearing, the assessment had still not been done. And so to me, that didn't make any sense that we're going to, you know, go forward with tearing the building down without an assessment that public health had been promising for many months. And it seemed like, well, the assessment should be done, and then we decide what is the cost-benefit analysis of tearing it down, rebuilding by public health, or they can't do that at all, you know, not worth it, then we go forward with other plans. And I'm very open to that, but it seems to me everything should have been contingent on that assessment, which has been delayed and delayed and delayed. And now, is there any other impediment to getting this assessment done? Why 7 months? Can you just explain that? Because 7 months really seems excessive after having waited all 5 years.
Ma'am, it even took more than 7 months just to put this together. And it's...
No, 7 months to complete the assessment, you're estimating.
Oh, to complete the assessment.
Isn't that what you said? It would take 7 months to conduct the...
Yeah, in the RFP, we're calling for 210 days, which is 7 months. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, why that long? It seems to me, I can't imagine that.
That's what our engineers have estimated. We'll see what happens in the pre-contract hearings, and if they say they can do it sooner, then we'll amend the RFP. But that's our initial estimates.
So public health is going to be on hold, guaranteed for another 7 months at least, unless, and I guess the proposal by this bill is to, while you're doing this 7-month assessment, give it to GCC and let them tear it down. I don't know, it's kind of...
Ma'am, Madam Speaker, if I could, part of the RFP also, it's not just an assessment of the building, the structure, electrical, HVAC, mechanical, all those other issues, but it also includes whether that building is in fact salvageable. It's written in the RFP. So you'll have an assessment to either renovate it, if that's practical and doable and safety-wise, if that's proper, or the building is you can't renovate it, and we'll let the experts, we'll let the engineers do that with their assessment.
All right, well, I look forward to that because, you know, as you've heard me read in the previous public hearings, in January 10, 2020, the insurance company wrote to Public Health. Director at that time was DeNorcy, I believe, or I think so. Well, she had been the one to make the claim. And then they wrote to Public Health and told them that there was no evidence of fire damage. There was no soot cover or any fire-related damages observed. Some of the light fixtures and acoustical ceiling tiles were removed by the fire department, exposing electrical wiring, but there did not appear to be any electrical malfunction or damage to the wiring. Despite fire sprinklers were not activated, the power was shut off before any significant heat buildup and eventually cleared. So we've heard that the electrical may need to be looked at, redone back then, but now, of course, as you testified in previous hearings as well, additional damage to the building has definitely occurred by just leaving it sit there for 5 years. Someone had texted me, would the transfer of the government of Guam, this asset of the government of Guam, impact the Guam's capital assets, and do you know the value?
I do not have a value for the building with me.
All right, and President Okada, do you have funding sources that you are pursuing? Can you tell us the details of those and yeah, what their limitations are?
So I will pursue every funding source that I can access, and I started to make a list of all the funding sources that we've been able to get for many years. So when I first came to GCC, we had one funding source, U.S. Department of Education. All of our grants came from there. Since then, we have been able to tap funding from Department of Commerce, which is EDA. We have been able to receive funding from USDA, and those are long-term low-interest loans. We have received money from Department of Interior, U.S. Department of Energy. One building was fully funded through the Educational Stabilization Fund. And I'm sorry, a portion of the building from the Educational Stabilization Fund. One building in 2010 was completely funded through the ARA, the American Reinvestment Recovery Act. We do have some facilities currently under renovation that have been part of the Higher Education Emergency Relief Act, which is provided to institutions similar to the Government of Guam ARP. So we do have some facilities under HERF. We have received several grants from FEMA for mitigation, from hazard mitigation. And then, of course, the GCC Foundation has supported all capital projects for the campus.
Thank you. And you said you were able to buy back from the foundation some property. What funding source did you use for that?
So that came from the Guam Community College Board of Trustees. And so there is a board policy that says any excess revenues generated from its non-appropriated funds is specifically restricted to capital projects. So we don't use it for anything else without the authorization from the board.
Madam Speaker, if I may, just on a point of information and to interject, based on the insurance letter that you were reading, hopefully we can get a copy of that for our records for this committee, but maybe yield to the Deputy Director of DPW based on your inquiry about the inspection when she went through it recently, because from our understanding with the staff, that my staff, that information was received from, that you took a time to see the building. How is it to date? Because you took some time to see it more recently, am I right? Yes, please.
Yes, when we asked the director at our last hearing if he had been in the building, he said no one had been in it in the 5 years. So yes, now the deputy director. However, I'm in the middle. Can we get back to that and just because you asked the question? Yes, but we're talking about funding sources now. Okay.
Yeah. So Linda, please just to reiterate what else you saw when you went to the building. You.
Hi. So our recent engineer assessments that we did, there is mold buildup. We would need to do mold mitigation, and the situation with public health, their power is off. So if you know that building, you do not have windows. It's considered a fallout shelter, right? So it's very difficult to even see in there. We know there's mold. The electrical is horrible. There was connections to connections with their panel box. In their computer room and training room, all their electricals were not placed in the proper area. They're all extension cords. So they were running extension cords to all their collateral equipment, such as computers, projectors, whatsoever. Where the fire had initiated was the records area. It's a vault metal door. That fire department could not enter, so they had to break it in. But if you look into that area, there was connection electrical to another office building. So they didn't have a dedicated electrical structure in there. And then their their automatic transfer switch to the generator did not kick in. So those are other additional areas we had to look at. So the HVAC, as you know, they're all split unit. It wasn't a major tonnage AC unit where it supplied AC units in there. They all were starting to purchase split type air cons. So that was another issue that we had to address.
All right. Deputy Director Ibanez, so you're saying that Public Works has actually gone in now and done an assessment of the building after 5 years before issuing the RFP for the assessment of the building?
No, so let me explain. So I can explain the first onset on that 2017 fire.
No, I want to know now what happened.
I'm just saying from previous to present, we were able to do what we could based on what we see in front of us with this recent one we did with the engineers, because we didn't have power, water. We knew we took whatever we had previous and we just elevated with mold, more electrical issues, more panels, ceiling tiles. There's a whole lot of stuff.
Yeah, the rotting of the building because it was left to rot for 5 years.
And it's kind of complicated.
But Deputy Director, I just want to know, so you did DPW has gone in since the last hearing that we had and done an assessment of this building that you have reports on and that you are saying is being done prior to the RFP going out for an assessment on the building.
So we do government estimates in order for us to put out a base bid, because we have to do that in our procurement records. We have to provide anything over 500,000, we have to engage the AG, right?
Yeah.
So we do procurement planning, we do determination needs, and we have to have a government estimate. So that's where we came in with the RFP. We had to update the RFP assessment. And like the director said, it went from a small number to a huge number. And it's because of years and, of course, price escalation with whatever the engineers, and there's a design
All
and
right.
HVAC. Yeah, so
Okay.
that's what happened.
So yes, and the electrical, everybody's talked about that. Even the insurance company cites the electrical, so that's what we always said. Perhaps the electrical needs to be redone, right? That there was a suspicion of electrical issues, but not an entire building, fault. And we know the HVAC because we know DPW has helped this building with its HVAC over the years, just like GMH has needed assistance from all different entities to help with its HVAC over the years. So those things needing to be redone even 5 years ago were probably probable, right? I think they were noted 5 years ago prior to this fire. But yeah, all right. So I'd like to see all the reports that you have, if those are being released to people. I'd like to see those as well. I have been asking DPW for any assessments that it has on this building, and they told me very specifically they have not entered this building since the fire. So I'm glad that you're doing this assessment to get this RFP moving, and I'm looking forward to that. Do you agree that the RFP is going to be issued on Monday?
Yes, we have the ad draft.
And do you agree that it's going to take 7 months to assess whether this building?
So what it is broken down into phases. For advertisement, we give it 21 days. We have a pre-conference bid, all of that, that number factors. And then when we do our evaluation, that's another factor.
Yeah, but he said 7 months for the contract work.
So what I'm saying is that 45 days for the contract to execute, and then we issue an NTP. Of course, the contractor, whoever the awarded contractor, has to bring in all these disciplines, funding, performance bond, criteria, and all of that. And the work, once we execute the contract with all the disciplines that is required on the bid, we issue a notice to proceed. Then we work with the contractor. So we start doing negotiations. But during that time, it will start the countdown with notice to proceed. And so the reason why we're seven months, because they have to design, they have to get a PE engineer structure, they have to do electrical, so they have to go through their stamping disciplines, right? Whoever is the awarded contractor. So we review it with public health, with all the state regulatory agencies.
They're designing the renovation?
No, so what I'm saying is assessments, right? We don't know. I don't have the capacity of all those engineers for all those disciplines. So that's why we rely on this assessment, because they are licensed engineers to provide us the goal, the pathway, and what we need to do, either like the director said, to tear it down or to renovate it or to upgrade it. At that point, that's where we go from there.
I know, but you said they're doing design, so are they designing the renovation?
Design is like with electrical. What capacity can it hold in certain rooms, right? Because it's 44 square foot. What is the electrical power gauge there? What is the plumbing capacity? What is the HVAC capacity? That's how they would determine on the.
So do you think that, well, maybe Dr. Okada, you can answer this, because your proposal originally was to tear the building down and build a new educational facility. Did you have knowledge that we should know about as to why maybe we're wasting our time and money on this assessment and we don't need it?
When I was asked what would I do with that facility, I said tear it down. I haven't changed my position. I've not gone into the building. It just doesn't meet the, I mean, I've been into that building a couple times. There's no windows. It just doesn't seem like a conducive working or learning environment for me, based on the standards and based on the buildings that we have built at the college.
All right. I think it was also built as a shelter, is that correct? Right, Public Health shaking their head, yes. That's one of the reasons it's designed that way, because it served multiple purposes in our community. All right, and so as to the funding, yeah, Deputy Director, is there any reason Public Health cannot apply for different funding sources like it did for its buildings as it has done over the years? Especially with ARP money still being available, especially after COVID, especially with infrastructure money being available, and all these different resources that have been poured out to communities because of exactly what we're facing, our health crisis.
I don't have that information, Madam Speaker. I do know that since I've been at the department, one of the things that we wanted to look at was identifying funding sources, to renovate or to fix up the building, basically.
All right.
And I did get feedback from one of my staff that when they did check on possible funding sources, the opportunities were closed for at this time. So we would have to wait till the next cycle started, which would be 25, 26.
There's still ARP money available though, right?
I would have to check.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. Senator Brown, I will acknowledge you at this time.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and certainly good morning, almost good afternoon to all of you who have come to testify on this bill. I agree with Speaker Terlahi and others here that we do need to address returning public health back to its operations. You know, the actions of the administration to simply abandon the building as it has over the last 5 years, and scatter the services of public health all the way to the point that some other critical service cannot be provided at all because the renting of these other spaces don't provide that. The administration has, what, 26 months left and counting down. And it's been a waste of a lot of time that situation has been left to where it was. It reminds me of the abandonment of the old GMH. Gov Guam simply moved out of there, moved down the street to the new hospital, and literally left the equipment, body parts and formaldehyde, all kinds of things, documents, paperwork that was strewn about that building, and that's how it left the old GMH. Of course, in that case, they had a new facility, they had somewhere to go. In this particular case, we've left this building to deteriorate, and now here we are. There's going to be obviously more cost involved. But the fact that services were not prioritized, to me, is just, I agree with Speaker Terlahi, mind-boggling. That should have been the absolute priority, and you're right. For those of you that were in the front lines during COVID, the fact that you had no home to go home to. Isn't that the irony? You know, we celebrate you and say thank you so much for all you've done for our people and for all the hours and sacrifice and putting your health and welfare on the front lines, but we left them nowhere to go home to. And we didn't prioritize any of that ARP money to reinvest back in this building. Isn't that the irony? But we've got to, you know, to do land assessments so we can increase taxes. I mean, priorities are a little backwards here, and it is, you know, we're at a loss here because I don't have any issue with the Guam Community College wanting to facilitate getting this nursing and training program because that's a very critical need. I appreciate, you know, the opportunity that our good president of GCC, Mary Okada, has brought forth to the table to see is there a way we can partner here and do this and still accomplish that training opportunity, but at the same time, and even more importantly, returning public health in Central Mangilao back to its operation. I think you'll probably get more consensus by this legislature if we could come up with a collective legislation that would do that so that it would solve both problems. Maybe additional, you know, space gets added onto the public health building to facilitate the training opportunities that our president here is looking towards. And there's no question, you know, I have to say to President Okada, You've done exemplary work at Guam Community College. You've taken that facility literally over the years, the time you've been here, and you've done phenomenal work. I don't think anyone else in Guam can say that. And do it with clean audits. I wish we could multiply that and see that progress in other government of Guam agencies. So I don't doubt the expertise and experience and initiative that Dr. Okada brings to the table is nothing going to be but plus, plus, plus. But at the same time, we cannot ignore the incredible need of this community. We always talk about those that are the most disadvantaged, but we have certainly not done well, and this administration has not done well to help those that we keep claiming are the ones the most in need. Because simply scattering it around and renting, I don't know, I don't think I even want to know who we're renting the buildings from. Because if the mission itself is not the focus, where are we? And that should have been the priority. And be it, the previous director of public health or the one that followed, to simply the explanations that we've been given, to me is not acceptable. I think to many, including those in the community that have lost the ability to get these services. So I would be open to legislation that perhaps could combine mutual interest, ensuring that public health is able to return back to their central facility and provide that service and refurbish whatever needs to be done to that building. And if the Guam Community College is able to partner with them so they can also provide additional facilities there to address the training opportunities that we need as well for new up-and-coming people in nursing and other medical practice, then I think we could move forward. Because this has been an unfortunate, there's no excuse to me that can be provided as to why that building was left to deteriorate. And for what? A minor electrical fire. That's like a mosquito landing on your arm. That's what that was, and as a result of that, the decision was made to abandon the facility and suspend services to people that really needed those services because they have no alternative. They might not have financial resources, they might not have transportation. And something that worked for so many years, since certainly I was a child, and someone that was serviced in that clinic, along with many of my other contemporaries that grew up down the street at Price Elementary School, our field trip to public health, it was such a disservice, and it continues to be. And it's unfortunate, because unless this administration accelerates something, they will go through pretty much their 2 terms without doing much of anything to facilitate assistance to those in need in the community. And that, to me, is a tremendous injustice. We should never diminish our capabilities of service to the community. It should be the total opposite. So I don't have any further questions, Madam Chair. I hope that maybe there needs to be another roundtable after this, maybe combined language or something that we can get consensus of that can facilitate both agendas. I think would be a very positive way to go, and we can meet both needs that have been brought to the table. So thank you very much for being here, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to comment.
Senator Brown and I also wanted to thank Senator Chris Barnett and Senator Parkinson for also being here. I apologize, I didn't acknowledge them earlier. So I'm going to go ahead and yield right now. Senator Chris Barnett, for any comments or questions at this time?
Madam Chair, and good morning to the panel. Thank you to the employees from Public Health for taking a risk. Is that what you said, Mrs. Duggan? Taking a risk for testifying on this bill, and also for taking a risk in testifying on the Bill 222. The speaker has been very consistent. I think certain members of our body have been very consistent in really pushing forward what's needed. And for me, this issue is really that we took away those services for underserved, for underprivileged, low income, pretty much the people in the most difficult socioeconomic category. And it's ironic that we sit here and we talk about the heyday of the MANGILAO Public Health, that we talk about Shriners. I was there at MANGILAO Public Health. My oldest daughter was fitted for a back brace with Shriners. And we say that, but then out of the other side of our mouth, we say, oh, we're just going to leave this building rotting for 5 years. And I think it's a tremendous sin against our people. I attended a gathering over the weekend down in Inlan, and the governor spoke, and she said that she was proud of her healthcare accomplishments, and I almost fell out of my chair. I almost fell out of my chair because we are in a situation where employees, career public servants, are risking their jobs to come to the legislature to testify about how critical it is that we return these services to our people, risking their jobs for really what has become, in my opinion, politics paralyzing progress. And it's frustrating. And, you know, we hear from the deputy of DPW, good morning, Ms. Linda. You know, of course, you're going to go in that building after 5 years of it sitting there. And of course, it's going to be overrun with mold. Of course, it's going to be in much worse condition. And I just sometimes feel like beating my head against the wall because we've been very consistent in trying to argue for these improvements and the restoration of these services that our people had access to. And we've heard from Nurse Gay, you know, and I don't know what some of my colleagues are thinking. Nurse Gay told us the infant mortality rate is alarming, it's troubling, it's something that needs to be dealt with. And I asked her, well, how do we deal with it? What's the best solution? Restoring accessibility, restoring those services to the public health consumers. So for me, that's what takes precedence. In this bill, I know Dr. Okada, you know, she spoke really articulately about what she planned to do, but unfortunately, I don't see that in the bill. The bill basically gives public health to GCC. And the problem that I have with that is that I think we need a clinic. We need a clinic to restore services to these people. Nurses trying to become nurses, in my opinion, can train at a public health clinic. And I think we need a clinic, maybe a clinic/school, but not a school/clinic. I think that has to be the priority, is returning these services to the people who are impacted by the closure and the continued neglect of public health and the MANGILAO facility. And it's so unfortunate because great leaders came and they made these determinations about public health facilities and the services that they would bring to these communities. And, you know, we got one in the north, we had one in the central, and we have one in the south. But every time we try and maximize, for example, the clinic in the south, you know, they have the capability to be an urgent care clinic, but for whatever reason, the makeup of the board is answerable to the director. So we had entertained a bill in here that would remedy that. It had support of the public health employees and all of the community health center people, and, you know, the bill didn't get through. And so we have continuously tried to do everything we can in our power to cut through all the political BS and return services to the people who need it the most. And I'm boggled, my mind is boggled as well, because that's what, for me, is the most important thing when we talk about healthcare and accessibility for our, you know, our impoverished, is we have to bring those services back in a way that's accessible to our people. And so for me, I'm going to listen to the employees who deliver those services. Annette, I spent a lot of time with you during the pandemic, you know what I mean? You're very passionate. Nurse Gay, I know that you guys work so hard, and I think that we need to keep listening to you. You know what I mean? We listened to you in the pandemic, we made it through, and I think you guys are, for me, the experts, you know? So I don't see anything that stops GCC and the nursing students from working in a clinic that is controlled, owned, and operated by public health. I just don't see how our people would benefit if the lean was more that it was a learning facility. You know, I understand the need, the value for that, but for me, it's about what's most critical, and what's most critical right now is returning these services and making them accessible to people in our community. And that MANGILAO clinic in the central location was a big part of that. And if we're not going to have that, then I don't know if I would support the bill. I support returning the services to the people with public health at the lead. And, you know, nurses can come train in a clinic as opposed to it being more of a learning facility first and a place where people get critical care second. So those are just my thoughts on the bill, Madam Chair. Silas Masi.
Thank you, Senator Chris. But before I go into my next colleague for questions, to my prima Margaret and to Annette, please, you let me know if whether it be Peter John, Deputy Terry, or Director Ariola, or anyone else who in this government is threatening your jobs or anything, or saying something, I want to say that this being here is really the foundation of democracy and how good public policy is made, and we need dialogue, and this is what it's about. And whether you agree with me or not, thank you for taking the time to make this bill better. And if anyone threatens your job, please call me. Let me know. The last time I checked, I was still the oversight chair of human resources. But I want to make sure that if there was, because comments were said, that if there's anything based on that concern of fear of reprisal or anything, let me know. And I know that the directors and the deputy director has been really fair. And again, this process of legislation and how laws are created is the bill gets introduced, it goes through the hearing process, it gets input from the public, which is you folks, and then we amend it. We either make it worse, we oppose it, or what have you, support or oppose, but amendments can be made so that it becomes a win-win. And that's why we bring everybody to the same table. And like I said earlier, I wish that both bills could have been heard together, because there are merits on both bills. Public health has jurisdiction of the facility right now. It hasn't been there. I mean, it hasn't been fixed since 2019, and I want to say to you guys that we are just getting creative. We've seen successes of public-private partnerships coming together, working that, and as President of GCC said, she has been very instrumental in getting facilities built. And that is one of the reasons why we jumped up. And yes, this only says to public, only because, like I asked the director of GCC earlier, what does it take in order for you to try and get the resources? And it said, of course, it would have to be in their name, but that doesn't stop us from amending and collaborating and including, which would make it even the opportunity to get resources in other arenas. So I just want to make sure I make that clear. Senator Lujan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, panel, for being here this morning and now going into the afternoon. Thank you for being here. Peter John, what services and programs were being offered at the MANGILAO site prior to the situation that warranted its closure?
Thank you, sir, for the question. At the time when the facility was closed, we had grant-specific activities, clinical services that would be such as the STV HIV, the Ryan White program, immunization, Shriners Clinic, as was mentioned, hearing and screening for children, prenatal and breastfeeding classes, Hansen's disease, leprosy, and tuberculosis control as examples of actual hands-on services that were provided at the MANGILAO facility. In addition to that, we had the vital statistics, we had Division of Environmental Health upstairs, we had the Human Services program, SNAP, Medicaid, public assistance programs also in the department as well. But the actual hands-on one were like the ones I mentioned.
Madam Chair, I believe Ms. Uggan also testified as to which services were being provided in the clinic. If you can read that list.
Similar to what my acting director, yes, we had the communicable disease clinic, especially for tuberculosis, Hansen's disease, leprosy. We had a maternal child health, the women's health, the child health clinic, walk-in immunization clinics, STD HIV counseling and screening, X-ray services, lab services, dental services. These were at no cost to our underserved. There was the vital statistics, our non-communicable disease, which is like the breast, cervical, tobacco cessation, Medicaid, MIP, SNAP, or food stamp. environmental health for like the work and health permit clearances from the Division of Environmental Health were there.
Okay. So, again, correct me, and asking out of ignorance, basically. So these are programs instead of a clinical setting, mostly?
Yeah. Well,
So they were
Hansen's disease, tuberculosis especially. You know, we worry about multi-drug resistant strains of TB that could be out in the community. So those are, you know, public health concerns.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much. You know, and thank you very much for this public hearing today. And, you know, that's the beauty about public hearings is that it's publicly heard and the input from the public, in this sense, the experts from the fields able to present their input. And, you know, it's nice to sit here and see, I mean, rather, you know, I'm an optimist, not a pessimist in this sense. Moving forward, we are where we're at. Unfortunate things happen. Some of us weren't here or there in your positions when situations happen. Now we're moving forward. It's nice to see the historical situation that happened, but this is where we're at. It's nice to be able to see that there are possible funding sources to be able to now resurrect the facility to what we want it to be. And you know, let me go back to what I said in the session floor when we were both 221 and 222 were being discussed. Is that and this. In a similar situation where we wanted to accomplish the same thing, going two different routes. We publicly heard a resolution that accomplished both things. We heard that in session. And going one route versus the other. One was an easier route, one was the longer term, but wanting to accomplish the same thing. Now, if we can accomplish the easier route, the harder route, which is the permanent route, which the easier route will allow that permanent route to come in place. And that's what we're seeing right now, and I just hope that and pray that we heard both bills because we have a solution for a joint use. I don't want to pit one agency over another because we have entities that work. We see GCC and how they've been built up. And what they have there, and they're providing to the community. And I know also in GCC and their programs, they're able to, again, come to the rescue of what the community needs in a faster rate than maybe other institutions. And that being said, we're presented now in testimony for 22221 that there's a possibility for a joint use to accomplish both things, not sacrificing one for the other, but accomplishing both needs of not just a one Guam, government of Guam facility, but both facilities, but accomplishing for the people of Guam, and not separating and segregating. And again, as an optimist, I find it refreshing that for once we're sitting here and asking the panel, and there's a possible solution. There's possible money coming in here to be able to get this thing done. To be able to accomplish both things, and I'm sure if the grants are written and however it is that Dr. Okada and her team needs to do, they'll have to build up capacity to be able to get things done. And if we can get both agencies together alongside the concurrence of the legislature to be able to get this done. Quite a few of us weren't here when this situation happened, but we're here. And it's refreshing to see solutions brought up, or possible solutions brought up, to accomplish both things without sacrificing one or the other. Folks, we are one government. We are one Guam. Let's move forward and make this happen for our people. And thank you. And information has been provided here has been very vital. It is going to be very vital for us to move forward. And I hope that these two bills would be merged. Yes, if they're separate, yes, we will say one over the other. But if they have a possibility where one says we don't quite have the money, the other side says, yes, we do, to accomplish both things. My God. I'm stupid, but not all the time. So what I'm hearing from you guys is, thank you. Thank you. Colleagues, let's not pit one agency over another. We're working for Guam and the people of Guam. And how can we accomplish to get things going, to get things opened up for our people? One is not going to take the other's place. What we are being presented, based on now that we're hearing both bills, is that we can give you both.
Yeah.
Both.
Point of information.
Without sacrificing. Excuse me?
That's not what the bill says at all.
I am saying I am glad that we were hearing this bill now, because the previous bill now, we can merge the two to be one. That's what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying. Hearing both bills separately without saying, hey, how we can come together, and that's the beauty of public hearings. It's not law, it's a public hearing, publicly heard for public input. In this case, we have the experts now coming before us, telling us. And I'm glad there's a source that says, I've got the money, whereas most times we're lapi. That is refreshing. That is refreshing to see. And I hope and pray again that we can merge these two, that we'll come up with a great bill based on your testimony today. That being said, thank you, Madam Chair.
Chief Masi, Senator Lujan. Senator Duenas, you are recognized, Chris.
Chief Masi, Madam Chair, and thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for everyone who's still here at 12:15. I want to start also by addressing Ms. Uggan and Ms. Gay. Full disclosure, Ms. Gay is a family member. We have a familiar relationship, cousins. I want to join the Vice Speaker in saying, and I mean this, if you're ever threatened in any way, please, my office as well, my door is open, and I will facilitate anything to ensure that the rights and protections that you already have as classified employees are not infringed upon. You know, as you know, and I worked closely with public health when I was a DYA director, there's constantly an inner discussion about programs and things that are being administered, different directors, different things happen. You know, you've come today to make sure that you're defending the operations of public health and the mission of public health, and you have every right to do so. Nothing you have said has taken a position against policy. You've taken a position to make sure that you've secured the duties and responsibilities that you know to be inherent with public health. And I want to put that on the record right now, that I will not vote for a bill that doesn't have those protections in place right now as well. Having said that, we all have to take personal responsibility for things we do in this body. And this proposal was also introduced under 221 in the last legislature. We could have been vetting this proposal years ago. That's the simple truth. But we're here now. Both bills that are contemplated in this 37th Guam legislature do one simple thing: transfer property. In talking to the director of the Department of Land Management, you own that property, public health. Now going forward, I am the advocate also of the merging of the bills. We have heard from DPW on unless this legislature is going to stand up an engineering department and have the authority to go up to public health, do an assessment, get a contractor to clean it up and open it within 30 days, we have to get to work on legislation. I'm not going to address the veracity of statements prior. That's an executive function, and you as executive folks will manage that, and GCC as a standalone entity will manage that. I wanted to also mention something to the ladies who have come before us. Having site control of properties to be able to secure federal funding and other funds and programmatic funding is vital. We do that with our housing programs under LIHTC, everything else. Whenever you enter into a program where an entity that's going to receive a grant, in order to even proceed, they must demonstrate what's called site control. It doesn't mean that they own the land outright. And it doesn't mean that you can't put programmatic agreements into that structure where you are completely safeguarded. So I'm going to conclude my testimony with a challenge. A challenge to Peter John. A challenge to Maricotta. A challenge to Terry Uggan. I would like you to set a meeting with the governor immediately. Sit down with legal and hammer out an executive order that orders all of you to collaborate and put all the safeguards and structure under executive order, at least to carry out the potentiality of this mission, so that it has the function of bringing Ms. Uggan, Ms. Gay, and I want to tell you why I'm doing this. I remember a similar situation where there was a lot of disagreements within entities under Governor Camacho, and he did something that was very, very special. Many of you participated in this. It was called the Civilian Military Task Force. There were 12 entities that were put together, and Peter John knows this, and many of us who've served together, that had to come up with a plan for Build Up 1. And each entity had to come up with all of their information provided to handle the impacts of military construction and everything that was going to take place with the transfer of Marines to Guam. When those meetings first started, they were contentious. People were battling, no, I need this, no, I need this, this is what my needs are. By the time we finished that, two major entities, to include the Port Authority of Guam, the police department, or the law enforcement, which I handled, and I believe Port Authority and possibly medical health care, all had conferences. Millions of dollars of federal money was spent to be able to flesh out those plans that were put together by every entity. That was done by executive order. That's how we bring our agencies together, to get the professionals, to put the input, and come out with a document. And I'm going to finalize with this, Peter John, and I need you and Terry to do this. I need you to also go to land management. Bring in Joe Bora, so that when you make this agreement, and I want the ladies to hear this, you can make ironclad on deed restrictions whenever transfer of property goes over, that there is a purpose and a use that cannot be violated. You can have that agreement that's drawn up between GCC and public health, that in no way could you be displaced from the mission that would be enumerated in the grant that would go forward to build a training learning center as well as a fully integrated public health. There are ways to do things, ironclad ways, to where, and then the final note to that is that any violation of deed restrictions most of the time will revert back to the original owner. I want you to be secure. I want all of the public health employees to know that you heard President Okada in her testimony say clearly on the record that her mission is to bring public health and the services that are being provided into a new building. She advocates not to renovate. That's up to you guys how you handle it. You're the executive and you're the land grant or institution, GCC, that that executes these kind of agreements. But the fact is that I think after the assessment, they'll probably say tear the building down, much like what's happening with the hospital. In the interim, whatever happens, happens. You are the executive function. You'll be accountable to that based on what the people think in terms of performance. But I hope you will take my advice and do this so that we all can work together under full transparency. And I believe that will drive the mission over the next 7 months, or hopefully within the first few months of the end of this term, to flesh out this bill, to possibly combine them. I don't know what number is going to be what, but to come out with a plan that shows the people of Guam we're going to get the best of both worlds out of this agreement using GCC's track record. And to finish this, because I think you, Ms. Agan, and Ms. Gay have seen this. Not perfect, but the most functional, operational schools, even in DOE right now, are the least back schools. Because they come with maintenance requirements. If you look at everything that Ms. Sakata has been doing, the reason why when you drive by those buildings and you see them in the condition they're in is because they come with maintenance agreements. They're built into the financing. The federal government makes you do that. Probably, I'm sure, Ms. Sakata could dispute me on this, insurance, to make sure that liabilities and other things are under control and taken care of. So this is the solution I'm asking for and putting on the table. I don't think it's responsible for us to put these bills back on the floor until we have a clear and concrete plan. But we could have been doing this years ago. We're here now. These bills could have been heard together, but they weren't. We're here now. And I hope that when you guys go and see the governor, that she will be amenable to issuing a very comprehensive executive order to make sure that everybody is on the same page here and understands this operation. Madam Chair, that's my comments on the bills. I want to walk away with saying I agree that both bills do not describe a relationship. They do not describe an opportunity going forward on how both entities would have been sufficiently provided for. But as my good colleague, one of my favorite guys to work with, Senator Lujan, said, that's why we do this, to get there. Let's be clear. Both bills called for transfer of property. Neither bill said. Now, I guess if we were to pass one of them that said the land just goes back to you, then everybody would be barking and running, saying, you've got control, what's going on, what's not being fixed, whatever. We're going to find that out when the RFP goes out and where we end up. But, Mary, I hope you're up to that challenge. I know that you've worked well with any entity. I've always appreciated that about you. Doesn't matter what administration, doesn't matter what politics, doesn't matter if there's a typhoon or a storm around the political environment. You just go in there and get the job done. So I hope that this will fall on positive ears and we can all come out with a solution in the end that secures the duties and responsibilities of all, the benefits of all, with this, what I called on the floor last time while we removed 222. I believe there is an absolute harmony of interest here that benefits the people. Just Masi, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Chris Duenas. Senator Will Parkinson, on your comments or questions, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am in full support of Bill 221. And to echo some of the sentiments of my colleagues, I believe we have an opportunity to create a win-win solution for both Guam Community College and Public Health by combining Bill 221 and Bill 222. As Dr. Okada has clearly stated, owning the property is essential for GCC to access federal funds for building and renovating the facility. This partnership would allow for both the construction of a much-needed annex at GCC, nursing annex at GCC, and the establishment of a newly renovated public health facility on its original MANGILAO footprint. If we only pass Bill 222, we lose out on federal funding opportunities for the renovation, leaving public health without the resources needed to bring the facility up to standard.
Madam Chair, that does not match any testimony.
Senator?
I'd just like to also, point of information, Madam Chair, nothing's stopping public health from getting grants. I mean, this idea that they can't avail of grants is frankly ridiculous.
Senator Parkinson, you may proceed.
Before I was interrupted, this would allow us to create a win-win solution that benefits both our health services and our educational institutions. GCC has successfully partnered with the Guam Police Department in a similar arrangement, showing us that this model works. I'm committed to working with the bill's authors to ensure this collaborative outcome, one that is beyond politics and focused on what is best for the island. I'm committed to ensuring that public health returns to the facility, a newly renovated facility, in a win-win arrangement that we can amend Bill 221 to achieve, and I will work with the author to do that. So thank you for coming in today and for your testimony. I appreciate the perspectives, and I hope to work with you all to move forward to getting this done. Because as one of the previous commenters said, there is an intersection of interest here, and I think that collaboration is the way to achieve it. So thank you, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Parkinson. You know, in closing before we adjourn, I know we've been here for some time this morning, and we did have a similar bill. It was introduced by Senator Shelton last term, and that didn't come through. There was a history of events that was talked about this term. It's been, this bill 221 was introduced in December of 2023. It's 10 months later, and I just want to take the time for everybody being here, to the panel members, to the directors, all the directors of the agencies, right? The legislature creates policy. It's the executive branch who implements. And, you know, Senator Duenas, thank you very much. You brought up a plan of how we can move forward. Our colleagues talked about maybe merging the bills. We talked about amendments that can be made. And that's the process, again, like I said, of a bill that gets introduced by this august body. It comes from everywhere. It comes from you. When the bill gets introduced, it goes through the process. And in that process, you can either amend, you can either file it in 13, you can move forward, you can, you know, but you take the input that comes in, and that's why. And if one public hearing is not enough, then you can have another one. You can have a follow-up, right? And in this effort, I was really supportive on legislation last term that didn't come to full fruition. So I brought it up again, and I said I waited to see if anything would happen. Almost a year later, in December, I said, okay, let me introduce this bill because I think it's really good. And I wish we could have heard both bills together. I did request, we had to wait. But just hearing from all of you, amendments can be made to make it better. And we may not always agree, but we can agree to disagree. And when you're saying, okay, I want to make sure that public health is protected, we can work on that. But me as the author, want to share with you that we have proven success with the facilitators in the executive branch that can help us bring new money. Because for 5 years, this legislation to fix and to build and to bring energy back, to bring that building back to life, because I live in MANGILAO. You know that, Margaret. We're cousins. And I want to see that building re-synergized. So I support the efforts, but let's work it together. And like I said, if there's no more questions coming up from anybody in the community, it is after 12. It's 12, almost 12:34 p.m. I will call this public hearing on Bill 221-37 COR publicly heard. If anybody wishes to send written testimony in support or in opposition of the bill, they can do it by sending it to Senator Muña Barnes at guamlegislature.org, or you may hand deliver it again to 163 Chalansatapapa, 4th floor, Chalansatapapa 96910, or to my office at 134 West Saladat Avenue, which is at Suite 411. It's the Bank of Hawaii building in Agana, Guam, 96910. It is now
I would ask
12:32.
that all testimony also be submitted to Speaker's Office, Chairperson of the Committee on Health.
That is a very good idea. Thank you very much, Speaker. I invite that because both bills are on, and it will go back to the Oversight Chair on health, and I'm hoping that I can continue a collaboration with the Speaker on that. So I thank her for inviting that to the Speaker's office. Margaret, did you have anything else?
I did.
Peter John,
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes,
please.
I believe there was a comment from the senatorial panel earlier about, we're so widespread. And I just wanted to share with the committee for the record that Director Arreola has been good, with regards to her commitment to try to bring the disparate public health offices back together. So she's reached out to GSA, and GSA will be helping us with an RFP, IFB, to look to try to consolidate where we can be located at.
Point of inquiry, sorry.
Yeah, she testified at her confirmation hearing as to consolidation of offices, but that would not include the clinic services that were being provided in Manguilao.
Thank you for that input.
Again, I just want to thank Annette and Nurse Gay for coming out, and I commend you again for your courage, and I'm very disappointed in my colleagues to give you the runaround, basically telling you thank you for coming and telling us what you think and what do you think is best for the people, and then basically
Senator
ignoring
Burnett,
your
you are out
concerns.
of
So
order.
see this mossy to these
Again,
employees. Thank you.
That's definitely out of order. Thank you very much for everybody being here this afternoon. It's 12:35. I'm going to call this meeting publicly adjourned. God bless each and every one of you, and thank you for being here this afternoon to assist. With all due respect, thank you.